guy in place of him until he's able to find his way back to his camera and his PC. But in the meantime, we have a load of fun stuff coming up for you guys coming soon. And it's just, guys, gonna be really fun. It is, of course, gonna be all EU, very much EU tournament coming up on here. Is the first tournament of the week. We have been preparing for this for a couple of weeks now, a couple of months even, and we finally made it here. It is time. It is time to start things off. We do have VA Mystic Coven coming up on deck against the Mingies. Those are the names of all time. Those are just the names of all time. So I can already see our players are ready in their lobbies. They're ready to go. They're ready to duke it out, of course. And I look at you see right there. It's beautiful. Wow. So yeah. Otherwise, first two tournament, best of three, and gonna be a really good time. Spec, where are you? How are you feeling today? Say my little guy. This is a great picture of Spec. It was made in literally 5 minutes. Like, not even. I think 5 seconds. And it's so accurate. It looks just like him. You'll see when he comes up, when he comes in, because he's getting ready now. You're gonna see him come in, and you're gonna be like, "That's Spec. That's literally like his twin." It's amazing. It's an actual like full portrait. It looks just like him. But otherwise, yeah. So at the same time, let's talk about Overwatch as a whole, because we did get a bunch of news recently that is just a lot. We have a lot of news coming up. Like, for example, a lot of these changes coming in on season, I'll say 15, sorry. Season 12 coming soon, in a couple of days even. And it's just, it's a lot. You know, we did see some change to Flashpoint. They're gonna be adding that speed boost, and then they're gonna be seeing, we're also gonna be seeing the Egyptian Battle Pass come through as well, the Egyptian theme Battle Pass. And honestly, I haven't seen anything about patches or anything yet, so I'm super excited to see how the meta will be changing in the next couple of days as we shift away from that Pharah meta, that Ram, Bat Lucio, that everything that we have been so used to now. We are going to be throwing it to a very quick little break as our teams do get ready, so we'll be right back with the actual match.
Your customers expect to buy what they want, how they want. So you need a commerce platform that's flexible, customizable, and crazy fast. Shopify Plus is built to handle the complexity of your business, so you can focus on your brand and deliver a seamless customer experience across every device, country, and channel. Save time by turning manual tasks into powerful automated workflows. Target key markets with local currencies and unlimited storefronts. Increase conversion with personalized shopping and checkout experiences. And sell out in seconds, knowing we won't hold you back. Partner with the best commerce platform.
god, y'all, I was me that whole time. Please, please. We have a stuff stream today. It's okay, guys. Don't even worry about it. But we but we're back. Our teams are getting ready here at the same time, and like I said, we are gonna be having Mystic Coven versus Mingies. And I'm a very honest caster. I've always have been, always will be. I don't keep anything hidden from nobody. As someone who is NA, as someone who is mostly familiar with more NA teams, and is more familiar with our teams back home, I don't know these teams. Not actually, at least not on the level that I'm sure that EU side people do, of course. But at the same time, it's more exciting for me as a caster to see what they bring to the table. And it's always really exciting to see that type of stuff unfold, especially the difference between NA and EU comps, NA and EMEA comps. A lot of the time, NA is very comfortable with things like brawl and dive, where on the side, other side of things, EMEA or EU, very comfortable with things like with brawl, of course, very simple comp to run, and also with poke, but they're usually not as forthgoing to start on things like dive, like Winston dive or Diva dive, at least as of late. Only because lately, Diva has been very strong. Winston dive has been very strong recently, especially if you have that newly founded BAP ERA backline. The Ana Brig is a classic, of course, as well. So it's just the differences in comps, the differences in team play, the differences in everything and how they operate is always so interesting to see on my side of things, of course. So it looks like we're gonna be starting off on Lijiang Tower for control. As always, that is a classic wherever you go, no matter what part of the country you're in at this, So we're gonna be seeing that be our ready position, and it looks like they are. Everyone's saying are in the chat. We're all pirates in fact. So looks like we're getting released. We're getting in super fast here. And speaking of Lijiang Tower, Night Market especially is personally my favorite of the three that you do get, as well as Gardens. Gardens is really fun at the same time, and it's so open and so it's so easy for Farah, for an Echo to really flourish in things like in a place like Gardens. But Night Market is just can be so heavily brawl based, and that is something that I feel like can be so good in this kind of comp. So now, as we had just seen, we are gonna be starting off on that Gardens, and that open space is so good for things like Farah, of course, and things like Echo, and the Flyers, Diva as well. Oh my gosh, she runs rampant here if you want to run a dive comp. But you can also see that things like Ram Brawl are still very prevalent. So as we start off things off real strong here, looks like we're gonna be seeing a little sneak peek of overrunning. It looks like it actually will be the Winston dive, but slightly modified. We are gonna be seeing the Kiriko Lucio backline on both sides of the map here, both sides of the teams here, and also gonna be seeing a Sombra from the side of Kectix on Mystic Coven. We're gonna be seeing the Echo as well, but the Sombra versus the Tracer, Kira on the Tracer and Kectix on the Sombra. I would love to see how these two are going to be differentiating how the space is played around with and how they really find their dive together. And there it is, the TP from Blink allows for that help for their tank in order to secure the kill on Wolfish and Sombra, which is a great start for the side of Mingies. Yep, getting real ready here. Coming capturing the point as always, never forget that. But like I said, Echo so good on this map. The openness, the space just provides so much for that hero, of course. Now looks like we're gonna be going for a quick rotation over to that white room, the server room, not server room, that's the other point. Haha, the white room, if anything. And looks like, of course, Mingies are gonna be really close to finding where they're gonna go, trying to go through main, trying to go around, and they're just able to sniper monkey down this main hallway as Vienna is gonna be counter diving, coming in back to peel for their backline, while the side of Mingies is just going right in. Wolfish, unfortunately for them, gets found out first, and the rest of the team of Mystic Coven just kind of falter after, and it just kind of looks like Mingies has their dive super well done, super coordinated, and Mystic Coven looking a little bit worse for wear in terms of, do we want to approach, how do we counter dive this, how do we dive first, how do we defend against their dive. And so the ultimate economy here is also showing that very easily for the side of Ningi. They have all 5 ultimates pretty much ready, and Mystic Coven just flipping off from the Echo to the Cassidy as a counter to Ningi's Echo. But again, Wolfitch forced to utilize that sound barrier, and Mystic Coven forced to escape this white room again. And the team fight still happens. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get out of there in time. You finally get Shadow to TP out just in the nick of time, and thankfully they get a quick reset. The Suzu has been expended, but the side of Mingies is still up as Blink is the first one to go down with that continuing rush. It forces out the Primal from Vienna, who is just making a tear on everybody, making sure they all go back to their spawn, whether they like it or not. I mean, my goodness. It is just a fight and a half, but at the same time, look at this. The point has been flipped right towards Mystic Coven. Minky's going a little bit too far, had to regroup back to the team, and are able to find a way to recontest here, of course. There it is, big push coming again from Mingies with that continued rush at the back end as well. I mean, dang, it is just a clean fight. Clean ult usage, knowing we're gonna use the continued rush. I'm probably gonna primal here just for extra damage and extra hurt on Mystic Coven, and then we're just gonna go straight up and start to really put in the hurt while they're all the way in spawn. Thankfully, last minute contest from Kektik should be able to keep the fight alive for a little bit longer, while the side Mystic Coven just kind of trickles in one at a time. Vienna putting a lot of pressure on Blink, forcing out that Suzu, forcing out that Swift Step, likely forcing out the Suzu as well. And again, it is just the Mingies doing such a phenomenal job of keeping that point in their favor for a majority of that first objective.
It's on my opinion that retaking here on Garden is one of the hardest points to do in pretty much the entire game. Hi guys, Spectrum here. Sorry for the tardiness. I experienced significant technical difficulties. We'll call it that. But now, hopefully, we should be ready to continue the rest of the broadcast with a little bit more, we'll say, normality. But yeah, Garden, incredibly tricky to retake. The chokes are not really what you'd love to see, and especially compared to the other two, where you have a little bit easier ways of walking and controlling that space, then, you know, it's going to be hard anytime. I mean, when we see the Sombra TP in, you have to force the touch. It is so tricky, and you know, the rest of the team is always going to be so split if you go for the fastest method versus the method that most people can actually get that ward going. And, of course, just made it way too hard here. So TP through the choke. Going to be the Mingies trying to poke him out. As long as Mingies play slow and don't take any risks, they should have an advantage here. So VA Mystic Coven have to figure out how they're going to stop themselves getting forced out.
Oh, and looks like they're going over to the Reinhardt pick as well. Oh, we get no! My Lucio got pooped off. I can't. Niggas finding a Wolfitch and one of the ways of all time, getting a really great boop there, and then it's kind of unfortunate for Vienna with that speed boost without a way to get out. They kind of just falter so easily, unfortunately for them, and it's just a matter of, you know, you're playing Ram, you have those arms that just pierce right through that shield, that big old shield of yours. So what can Mystic Coven do to engage here?
They just need to go first, is always what they have to do. If not, they're eventually going to get poked out by Korax on the Ashe. 75% already to a Bob. Very likely it's going to be a TP again. A predictive Dynamite, though, might punish.
Ooh, big TP coming into the point, and there it is. They're trying to go first, trying to maintain that point first and foremost. They get walled off, forcing only one entrance per side of Mingies. The Mortality Field has been utilized, but no one's healing my tank at sub 200 health. They are struggling, but a great TP from Kektik keeps their tank alive a lot longer that Mingies did not want to deal with. And now they're forced to back up as their tank has to start walking back from spawn. They can poke a little bit with the Ashe, with the Lucio, with the Bat, but as soon as that Ram is back in there, they're going to be scoring right in. And this pulse on from Akira may be monumental, especially on someone like the Baptiste, who's getting all this pressure on him, and it might be too much.
There's a beat, though. At least it's a one-person beat. That's not what you love to see.
Oh, no.
VMS Coven, they need to force a frag, and right now, otherwise the point will be flipped, and yeah, it looks like it will be. Mingies are great there. Again, they're doing exactly what they need to, just towing onto the point, but more importantly, they're setting up angles for Akira and Corex. They're waiting for their powerful ult cycles to come online, their window and their bob, and they are just flushing VA Mystic Coven out. And again, VA Mystic Coven are always going to lose fights like this unless they figure out a way to use this teleporter to crunch the Ashe first.
Oh, and I love the teleporter there, and there's also a shatter ready for the side of Vienna, but I think they were trying to use it in that moment and couldn't really find a target. They held onto it for a little longer. The wall is now out for Celtics. The pin onto Akira gets canceled out, like keeping them alive a little bit longer than expected. And again, after just the wall from the Symmetra, Mingy is able to re-defend their point, re-defend their territory, and Akira just kind of scouting out, waiting for the next option from Mystic Coven.
Mystic Oven is a banger name, honestly. Again, TP through. They've done this every single time, but it is red. Blizzard are perfect now.
Absolutely amazing. You're completely right. The Blizzard monumental from Bomber there, just to single out Skiller there, unfortunately for them, but great for Mystic Coven. And they get at least get the pin, and they kind of feed our bestie Plink away from the objective, and Vienna gets sought out by a Sim turret, unfortunately. Still having that shatter, and it doesn't get expended at all. The pulse bomb just as a just for funsies to throw it out there, but Mingy's taking that first objective, the first point in their favor so convincingly.
I was super impressed by how they ended up playing that there. I mean, obviously, there was some struggle actually getting into the point on that Ryan Sim TP comp. I think they kind of did drop the bag a little bit there, but on the Ashe Tracer, perfect execution. Exactly what you'd love to see from a kind of Poke Brawl hybrid like that kind of composition. And because of that, we see the first point going over, not like a clean sweep by any means. There were a couple fights won out by VA Witch Coven. But at the end of the day, still, 100 to 25%-ish on both submaps. That's pretty consistent. I'd be happy with that if I was the victors.
Yeah, if I was if I was Mingy's, I would be ecstatic. Like, yo, we went basically 200 to like, what, 20, 30% multiple times. It was just like they were, in their first round, they were so calculated on their die. They were so confident in their approach. They were so confident taking those team fights first and foremost. And, Mystic Coven were just a little bit on that, on the back end of those. They just weren't beating up. They weren't the aggressor. They were kind of playing a little bit more more passively rather than being proactive. They were really just reacting to the brawl being on them, the dive being on them. They weren't, truly combating what Mingus was putting out. And I think, something like control point, that's so important because you're forced into these fights so often just because you're in the base of one area. You're forced to constantly just fight in that one area. So for them to constantly be rolled over and over and over again, these team fights, and and to be kind of gapped in that sense, it's control point. It's a warm up at the end of the day if you really want to think it that way. So hopefully, as we get into our second game, we will be able to see a more open, a more like active Mystic Coven.
I think it's also worth mentioning that a lot of teams do fall into the trap on specifically points where they run a Symmetra, right? Where they've got this one teleporter figured out, and so they insist that this teleporter must be the kind of secret. I think we see a little bit of that from Mr. Coven, where every single time there's a TP into the window. That's a good teleporter, but it's also very easily punishable. Ryan Swing can really effectively cleave that. So can Ram Nemesis form, Dynamite, Anti-Nate. There are so many cooldowns that you can use to really easily punish this, which is why we see a lot of super strong teams who play strats like this. They'll use different teleporters. A London Spitfire example would have, teleported into the window, but also straight onto the point. They would have also fake TP'd into window. They would have also TP'd towards the backline, you see. They have these different teleporters to keep them from being predictable. With Symmetra, the key is this unpredictability because that kind of lurch of momentum that the teleporter provides, it doesn't do jack if they're expecting it. So would love to see a little bit more oomph, I suppose, a little bit more thought into these TPs. But honestly, it's not a bad composition. I think with a little bit more refinement, it can be doing a lot more damage.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen the Ryan Sim TP strats work, especially in metas where Ryan isn't as strong as he is now. I'm not saying Ryan's strong right now, but he's better now. And we've seen them work even when he was falling so short of a viable tank for certain meta phases. So it's definitely possible. And Mystic Coven just has to find those, like you said, those TP spots that aren't as predictable, that they can absolutely, trip up teams a lot. So as you can see, we're going over to Paraiso for our next hybrid map. And this is such an interesting pick. I feel like in the terms of any kind of map pool you do have available to you, and Paraiso is one of the options, it's almost like never chosen
Mm.
at all. At least I remember during Overwatch, Champion Series on both EMEA and NA side, nobody was choosing her. We did not want to see Paraiso at all.
Okay, so while our team did permaban Paraiso, that wasn't because of me. I'm gonna blame that. Everyone, my teammates there. I was like, no, guys, we need to play Paraiso. I guarantee nobody else is gonna play it. It's great for our hero pool, but they're like, no, we hate it. So I think a lot of it is just personal preference. At the end of the day, a lot of teams' hero pools don't really suit it. I think if we were Korea, we would be seeing a little bit more picks coming towards Paraiso, just because it's kind of the dive map. You kind of have to play a Winston Diva Doom, otherwise you're trolling, right?
Yes.
Your kind of rotations on like a Brawl comp on a poke. Oh, your rotations on a Brawl comp are tricky. If you try and play poke, then you've got a wrench lodged in your head. I don't know what to tell you. It's really tricky here. So I do think that it's going to be very, very vertical. Looks like we're seeing similar comps. Mingus back on this, just server admin diva right now. Via Mr. Coven, this Ryan is going to be so tricky.
But look at the TP over to the backline where possibly our Ana and our big rotation, and that's what we're talking about. But the nade was there to come clean negate it. It forces VA Mystic Coven to slow down and restabilize, as of course Plink is gonna be smashing right into the fray, and Mingy's SS Killer has to back out so fast as Diva. My Ana Ryujin playing on that low ground. That's a very easy target for Mystic Coven to lock onto, but they're just hanging around this high ground for a little bit too long.
I mean, stabling here isn't a bad choice. You've taken a lot of space. As long as you recharge Ryan... Oh my god, these nades are brutal! Ryujin is absolutely tearing them apart, and XX Skiller is just able to consistently pressure off the back of it. This is all time off the bag. The Mystical but need to unpeak so they can properly stable, regen their Ryan shield, and then go in with another teleport when the time is right.
And Ryujin and, of course, Plink on the Brigitte so far in the back. I mean, they're trying to rotate up to this high ground and negate Diva. And, again, another great purple right on Vienna, forcing them to go back into that stairway and kind of peek his head away. But, ooh,
oh, dear.
With the TP a little bit there, going all of 3 feet, or 3 meters, of course. And then,
surely you can kill Ryan.
Yeah, we can definitely kill the Ryan, but we can also kill the rest of the side of Mystic Coven. Again, like, Shadow going down, Kelta's going down, Somber going down, Wolf, the only guy trying to scurry back to the objective, back to spawn.
I was super worried there, especially since when we saw Skiller go down first, DMX, and removed, and considering how pivotal Diva is in comps like this, that had me worrying a bit, but they missed the cover and unfortunately weren't able to make it. Again, the same TP. This time, no nade to keep them honest, but it's still going to be spattered up a little bit. Have to wait and see what they can do now.
Champion is corner around here, you see that? And of course, they're trying to get to this point. There it is, great TP runs to that back line, but they just get completely negated. Great bash and whip shot from Plink, and also force out the rally. We see the Bob also be expanded at the same time. That's 2 ultimates, or a big ultimate from Mingus already gone. And Mystic Coven, they utilized that sound barrier, right? But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough of that overhealth to negate things like the Brig rally, the Ash Bob. It wasn't enough at all.
Yeah, nice try though. I think this was definitely their best attempt so far at getting a Sim TP fight in. Just, I think, a little bit of desync. One issue is that the Ryan isn't going through shield TP first with shield, so these nades are connecting consistently. But even so, they should probably be able to kill the backline in a scenario like that.
Oh, they're also gonna really look how open and trapped they are on this corner high ground. The window does get expended. Our bastions into our form. Everyone has to kind of duck for cover and run. This is a threat. And of course, there's a Neo Bomb also coming through, but with no cover for my poor Bastion, it catches Somber right out in the open. We do find Skiller, however, which is huge for side Mystic Coven. We have gotten a tick on the board, and our supports are fighting for their lives against the Lucio, against everyone. And Fusion finds the kill on Wolfich with the on a nade. This fight is still alive and ready to keep going as Celtics finds Plink at the same time.
Again, nice idea with the fight there, but not quite sure what happened with the bomb. There's no two ways about it. Normally, I wouldn't expect your Ryan to be the one forcing Car here if you leave a Bastion on a firing line, but that's what they elected to do. Artillery formation to force the space and will clear the high ground. Again, they've taken it as well with their teleporter, so decent fight. We'll see what they can get done with it.
Ooh, looks like our Bastion is a little singled out there. Summer does find Ryujin, but of course our Diva able to come in, peel, and of course the Sojin also able to find the final kill. But again, this killer kind of called out in the fray. Oh, my Ryan? My Ryan hitting his head? I can't believe it. My Ryan hits his head, but we're now in overtime. We have one tick on the board. Plink all by themselves. Akira is all by Akira. The pulse bomb goes wide, gets nobody. The side of Mr. Coven started coming back, and there's the ball to recontest as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be just the Reinhardt left, and just over a tick, 42.7%. That's what's going to be a crew, but Mingies hold strong here on Power ESO first point, and now, I mean, their own attack half, this is so comfortable for them, right? They need to be absolutely glued to the objective due to the side of Veer Mystic Coven, because a tick and change is all that they concede before the round, goes in favor of Mingies.
Absolutely. And if we had any idea of how well they're playing in the first round, I mean, they're comfortable on that dive. Clearly, Mystic Coven a little bit more on that brawl side. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see the Reinhardt brawl come back on the defense side of things and just station and hunker down on that point. The only thing that sucks is you're kind of called down the open, right? You have all this high ground that Mingies can abuse, especially with the tease of the Winston, the tease of the Echo as well. But instead, Mystic Coven gonna be going over to the Sigma here, so a little bit more poke with the Ash and Cass backline, the double hit scan, which will be putting a lot of hurt on Akira. But Widow, oh, I'm gonna call him Code. Core's better. Core on the Widow, however, gonna be kind of playing very freely. No one really to largely contest him besides maybe the Ash from a long sight line. So I do want to see how Core's gonna be able to find all their shots with the Widow, with having so much ample freedom and space to work around with.
I mean, your fights are so free here. All the long-range threats of Veer Mystic Coven, they can't challenge you. They're not as long-range. If they peek you, it's a huge mistake, especially the Ash and Kektic. So they just kind of have to give up the space.
Wait, that was actually amazing. The dive from X-Killer completely shut down by Vienna, where this Sigma swap we had talked about very, very briefly earlier. Do you want to go poke on here? It's gonna be a little bit difficult, but the rotation can be done. It's clearly working so well, and the cover from everyone else is just making it so much harder for both Akira and Core to do their job. So now, what's the plan? We're trying to find an opening for Akira, an opening for S-Killer, and also maybe an anti-nade, but we're looking at Mystic Coven kind of shifting around this bridge area between first bridge and second bridge, but like you had just said, Celtics peeks your head out, and Core just finds you so easy with that Mercy damage boost at the same time, and all the stickies at the same area. It forces the hand, it forces the lamp, and then the anti-nade right after? Oh, Spec. It looks like a done team fight.
It's a done map here, Mott. That was absolutely brutal. I mean, all I can really say is that Veer Mystic Coven just got put in the absolute furnace there. That was damage boosted stickies and anti-nade, and then Tesla, Cannon, Cleave that all came through to just absolutely blend them up into a Mystic Smoothie. That was insane.
A Mystic Smoothie? Oh, that's great. This is absolutely play of the game. The Echo Stickies, the anti-nade right after the fact. They had no defensive mechanism. They had just used both the hands, and they had just used the lamp as well. So what were they going to do? Bap shift through it? Absolutely not. Bap may be a great character, but he's not invincible. Now, had we had a Kiriko, low-key, I'd actually love to see the Kiriko Lucio backline from the side of Mystic Coven, only because I just feel like it would have helped negate so much of the extra power coming in from Mingies. I mean, the Echo Stickies into the nade would have just been Suzu, we're fine. Which is kind of ridiculous now that I've said it out loud.
Yep. That called out stupid. I'm still waiting for Kiriko to get nerfed, by the way. She's been
Oh, she
way
will
too
be.
viable all the time. Please, because they're threatening to nerf my mobile characters as well. And, you know, I'm an FDPS player. I don't really like them to not be. But hey, we make do. All I will say, though, is that
Yeah.
we've had Kiri Lucio be the backline for everything ever for, like, the last, like, year and change. I want to let's let it go. Let's let it go, guys, please. No, I do like the idea of the Bapilare backline they were playing. It's great at marking those dives. The issue is when the dives actually come through. So unfortunately, once they did let the dive come through, it was kind of cooked no matter how they ended up playing it. And it was just particularly explosive when Mingus actually took their win.
When Mingies, they just are such an explosive dive team. You saw the stickies, the nade, all that was just burst, boom, boom, dead. It was everyone was just dead. It was great to watch. However, GG's of course to everyone who played today, Mingies and Mystic Coven. Mystic Coven having a really great showing in their defense, in their attack, as well as on control point. They had the right idea a lot of time. I think it just needs a little bit of fine tuning, a little bit of honing, and they can definitely come back so strong in the next couple of matches, of course. But Mingy's going a 2-0 record already, 1-up in the series. Like, good for you. But we're gonna be seeing a little bit of a break between our next match, so we are gonna be sending it over to a really quick break just to get our teams ready and all our players ready. So we'll be right back with some more action.
It'd be so cruel if I didn't let my body move. Just be so cruel if I didn't let my body move.
Your customers expect to buy what they want, how they want. So you need a commerce platform that's flexible, customizable, and crazy fast. Shopify Plus is built to handle the complexity of your business, so you can focus on your brand and deliver a seamless customer experience across every device, country, and channel. Save time by turning manual tasks into powerful automated workflows. Target key markets with local currencies and unlimited storefronts. Increase conversion with personalized shopping and checkout experiences. And sell out in seconds, knowing we won't hold you back. Partner with the best commerce platform.
Been trying to work out who for somebody just like you. But then you walk on by, and I knew what I had to do. The way you're moving, the way you're shining, everybody's watching you. I wanna make you mine. The way you're looking, the way you smile, it's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. It's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. It's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. I've been looking out for somebody just like you. But then you walk on by, and I knew what I had to do. The way you're moving, the way you're shining, everybody's watching you. I wanna make you mine. The way you're looking, the way you smile, it's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. It's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. It's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. It's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind.
Yeah, gonna be starting our second game of the day. I believe it's our last game of the day as well before we hand off to another caster duo. And hopefully we get a competitive series. I think last time it was a bit of a smackaroonie. Maybe have an update on that in a little bit. So this time, hopefully we are able, to go the full Monty, the full distance, and all that kind of pizzazz. Map pool's gonna be the same, and hopefully we can get into the match as quickly as possible. Oh, I was fast enough to mute as well. It's oh lord. Oh lord. I hear that a lot actually. Yeah.
With right now, we are playing in, may I say. And otherwise, it should be a really fun time for really everybody. And again, I really do hope it's not a stomp because last game was very entertaining, great, but at the same time, you never really want stomps don't really feel that good to watch, to play in, to play as a stomper versus stomp E. So hopefully we won't get that today, as we looks like we might be starting off on, I believe, looks like we're hovering over Ilios so far, and that would be interesting. Ilios, of course, being the elusive map of all time. I lied. Is Lijiang Tower? Why did I say anything different?
Hey.
Why did I ever think?
I think last time I did a Kasa broadcast, it was like a year ago or so, we had, I think it was 6 Lijiang Kings Row 2-0s in a day.
Oh my
and
gosh.
my brain was melting out my ears. It was something. It was something. So hopefully these teams are going to be polite enough to not go towards that. UKN, Lupine, and Cottage Gnomes, I'm praying. Please don't pick Kings Row. Just, be kind, please. But also, we don't have as many games as then, so it's going to be a little bit more reasonable. Kings Row's perfectly... Well, not Kings Row, sorry. Lijiang, pretty standard. We've seen it all before. Geordie Steele is making airplane references in chat, as God intended. And it seems like everybody's just ready to have a right all fun time.
Absolutely. And Lijiang Tower, we had just seen it. We had seen Divey play there earlier today. We've also seen the Ram and the Rhine Brawl be played there as well, specifically on Night Market, which personally is my favorite of the three types of maps you can get between Control Center and Night Market and Gardens. Gardens, super open, super fun for your Flex DPS to play Pharah or Echo, which we did see very, very well in our last series at the same time. So like we said, we're getting right into it. The overlay is getting updated. Thank you. Should be getting updated very soon. Yeah, it's getting there. But Lupine and Cottage Gnomes coming through. We're gonna be seeing their comps in a couple seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a garden start, of course, same as last time. You can Lupine on the left side of your screen there for the garden gnomes, going to be on the right. Comp's going to be unlocked in about 5 seconds, so we can see exactly what they're playing. My expectation would be like Diva, Tracer, Cass.
Yeah.
And it's not what we get at all, actually. It's a Monkey Mirror, by at least what we're seeing in Spawn. So's the Pharah. Of course, Lupine going to be going towards the Mercy for it, whereas Soul on the side of the Cottage Gnomes wants the Lucio instead for the added utility. In terms of the leftover pick, I do prefer the Tracer to the Ashe, but we'll have to wait and see. So Cottage Gnomes probably need to go a little bit earlier with their tank line. I think for the side of UK Lupine, you just want to sit back and poke even with red on that Tracer. I think the Mercy just forces you to play this super slow, super steady starter play.
I completely agree there. I mean, Pharah becoming so independent post rework, right? So she doesn't really need the Mercy to be viable, but UK Lupine probably just want to give all that extra damage output that she does offer with all that, with these, with how big her rockets are anyway. We're gonna be seeing this fight come up on through the main side, and why finding a Gungar there very quickly, in fact, in the first team fight, which I feel like, again, so susceptible to being died on is that Ashe. You have the Coach Gun, and that's it. And then again, we're gonna be seeing the rest of the Cottage Gnomes fall slowly but surely. First Axel, then Soul. At that point, you just gotta try back out or just die.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. But Lupin get first pick super quickly. That Mercy boosted Farah is just a crazy damage here. We see Lil Tuna already up to 60% of a barrage, getting great work done. And notice that no one on Costa Jones has really had a chance to get much of anything happening. Juan Pablo wants the Echo to try and take the duel into Lil Tuna, but it's not as comfortable as maybe it once was. And another thing as well, Cottage Gnomes, they don't really have a comfortable dive target.
No, they really don't. Everyone on this comp is so slippery to deal with. So who are they gonna dive? Nobody. Maybe put some pressure on the Kiriko, which is really good to get that Suzu and that suicide out as fast as possible. But here it is, coming through the white room, through the back entrance of the main point, forcing UK Lupine to back up a little bit here, regroup. But still, there it is, the cast swap coming in clutch, taking care of Lil Tuna on the Pharah so fast. But we forget about the Mercy, allowing that res to come through. Yes, the Stickies does get the Mercy out of here, but now your Pharah is back and putting a lot of hurt on Juan Pablo. And then the barrage is already already ready. I don't want to say that twice in a row, but it's there so quick. I mean, you gotta be so aware of when that barrage is on lock.
Yeah, so far I've been very, very confident for UK and Lupine. This Farah has been so strong in their favor. Ghost Gnomes don't seem to know how to really break it. Gotta say, again, I feel like a Diva would be super viable here rather than the Monkey, but they're sticking with it at least for now, as Lil Tuna is just free to absolutely rain down rockets.
Being able to rain down on the double Kitsune rush right across the bridge towards the point, and it spells victory for Soul, finding both Kiori and Y, the tank, and your Kiriko. UK Lumplan definitely going to be waiting to stall out this point a little bit more, maybe get to a good 90-95%, maybe with the last minute touch from Les for Mercy. Wait, this is a great name. I didn't even keep your name until right now. I love you.
It does kind of bang, yeah? I mean, already, Cottage Gnomes up to about 10%, but last fight territory for UK and Lupine means that they can't make a single mistake. They kind of need to go early with this dupe. Otherwise, I think eventually they are going to get poked out. The silver lining, though, is that Lupine have basically no ultimates right now.
Oh, that's huge! The focusing beam and basically the rest of the focus on Y, who was a little bit too far in, and the support just couldn't support from the back there, was such a great pick. And then the last, poor Les for Mercy just getting pelted down by Gungner on the Cassidy, which has been again a massive swap for the side of Cottage Gnomes, shutting down previously Farah, now Lutuna over to the Echo to mirror that burst damage potential, shutting down Mercy as well. So good. Now a little bit poking coming in from Red on the side of UK, and as he tried to put this pulse bomb. Okay.
Oh, that's recall out early. That's tricky from Lupine. They're going to have a lot less going power. Now Red can't really commit as hard as maybe they want to. Cottage Gnomes got the Primal, got the dupe, and got a pick onto Red as well.
Yeah, without that recall you had mentioned earlier, I mean, it's so susceptible to Juan Pablo, who is just playing around wherever they want in this airspace. No one inside of Lupine can really contest them. You don't really have a hit scan safe for Red, but why would Tracer ever, you know? So Lupine might have to rethink the comp a little bit here, especially with Red on the Tracer, maybe Mercy as well. But both we have Valk and Pulse ready as well as the duplicate coming up online soon. So a little bit more damage from Lil Tuna will get that duplicate out sooner than later.
Yeah, the invested Stickies and the Valk already. In fact, everything being thrown into the fight from Lukia and Lupine, but Gungnir the one to find the opening frag this time.
Absolutely amazing shots from Gungner, and then forces the Primal out as well, coming in from George Steele. And it also has the duplicate from Echo from Lil Tuna. They're onto the Winston, maybe building up a little bit. Can we build up the Primal enough? No, we did, but we couldn't come out in time for it. Cottage Gnomes are starting to get their footing back in this team fight as the contesting continues over and over again. But look at this. The swap from Gungar and Juan Pablo were absolutely phenomenal. It allows them to get that objective in their favor after Lupine was so in the lead.
Yeah, a great momentum shift as well. Remember how I was saying that it's kind of such a hard point to retake? Well, we see that once again. Once the point flips, it feels like the shoe is on the other foot, metaphorically speaking, right? You can Lupine the ones are really struggling to get in. Cottage Gnomes the ones so firmly in control. Not going to be as powerful on a point like this. If you want, you can go towards something a little bit more broy like the Cottage Gnomes are doing. But their lack of hit scan pressure is going to be a real issue once they see Lil Tuna again on this Farah. So Cottage Gnomes, I would expect to be swapping over to maybe a cast from Gungnir. But only time will tell, of course, exactly how they choose to adapt.
Absolutely, and this is the adaptation question. We're gonna be seeing the not Rhine, but Ram competition coming in from Cottage Gnomes with Gungar on that Symmetra, and they're already TPing right to the point. Little Tuna able to find them out, seek them so quickly in that airspace. But again, now that you're on the point, you're just hunkering down with the Symmetra turrets. It becomes so much more difficult. But as I said, that Little Tuna uncontested in the air by anybody, finding Gungar, also finding Soul with the honor pick from Kiori with the anti-nade. Lupine able to find such a great opening for themselves, taking out the DPS, taking out the supports, and now just kind of leaving, Jordy Steele, all by themselves.
Yeah, Jordy still kind of cooks there, but again, no hit scan threat, and that's why we're seeing now a full wholesale swap ups instead. It's a counter comp from Cottage Gnomes, Echo, Malga, Ash. This is going to be a little bit more comfortable. I'm not sure about the Malga here though.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I'm not sure about the Malga. I love the Ash pick. I love everything else that has been swapped, however. Ooh, Little Tuna gonna be focused down by the honing beam from Juan Pablo again. A menace on this Echo they have been the whole time for Lupine. Gonna be seeing team fight kind of being a little more scattered. Gonna be seeing also Lupine jumping right into that objective. The Susan has been expanded so quickly, and unfortunately for Y, just couldn't really find their opening at all in this extremely up close, heavy brawl comp that Cosmos has now adapted.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is Jordy Steele is going to be super easy to poke out. So if you can, Lupine are able to slow down their momentum, just play their own pace, then as long as they get the cardiac overdrive out, it's essentially a free fight win for them. That's what they have to play for, and if they can't, no, they're going to really struggle.
Oh, can we find the honor? We absolutely can. We have the honing beam as well. The nade has been expended, and there it is. Kiori saw out, but Little Tuna again, not one but two with that barrage, coupled with their Mercy pocket. I mean, they kind of just fall over, unfortunately, for the Cottage Gnomes, and with just Malga left, with just Georgie Steele, it's gone. Yeah, great recontest, great team fight from Lupine, only really expanding that barrage. So, really great ult economy they have in the bank for them in the next team fight.
They have pretty much all the bells and whistles for this next fight. The standard play will just be a Nano Winston, but they've got so much more to augment that with should they wish. Cottage Gnomes, they've had this dupe for a while. They haven't really had a crazy amount of value with it. I would expect just duping the monkey, try to go in and get what pressure they can, and they need to find value with that as well.
Ooh. All getting so low there. Are Ana a little bit back there, back by themselves. Doesn't really get sought out, but there it is. The duplicate we were talking about earlier. Juan Pablo can be ripping it clean with that Winston, but Red making the backline wish they weren't playing support. Finding Axel with the pulse bomb is so imperative. And then unfortunately the bomb was expended as well as the duplicate for side of Cottage Gnomes. You can Lupine, however, also expending a lot of their ultimates. All of them, in fact. We used the Nano, we used the Primal, we used the pulse bomb as well, and Lesser Mercy also just finishing up their Valk. So now they have to rely on the quick buildup of this barrage. Jesus, you see how fast that ult goes up?
And look how fast Jordy Steele goes down as well. That's a nade and a quick hit, meaning the Cottage Gnomes have no tank in the final fight here. On Gardens, it could well be it, going 1-1 unless Gungnir has something to say about it. Evidently not. A barrage is going to put an end to their fight, and we're now tied up here in Lijiang.
Yeah, and so surprising as well. Such a great first round from Cottage Gnomes with that Cassidy swap. I have to keep saying it. It just kept shutting down any of the Flyers, Echo, Mfara, and Mercy altogether. But without that Cassidy, without that consistent hit scan, Cottage Gnomes just couldn't find their target of course, either the Mercy or Little Tuna, who was previously on that aforementioned Echo Pharah. But now we have just straight up brawl coming in to the control center, and we have the composition of all time on my right side of the screen. Let's explain that real fast, Beck.
I like it. It's going to be super frontline trading. Your Zarya is really good at farming charge in comps like this, where it's kind of hard to control how much energy you take. But you can't really go for any set plays. Jordy Steele is just going to be self-bubbling, I'd expect, and just trying to just burn the front line.
The only difficult thing is that big old Ryan shield gonna be making sure everyone that stays behind that shield is gonna be real protected from that Zarya high charge, which Jordy's already, or at least was at 45, but very stingy with their bubbles, as you can see, not expending for anything, and the great wall into that little server room. So good for Lupine to continue to uphold this space that they are just making sure they're taken care of. But look at this. The rest of the side of College Jumps is getting pelted down towards the main corridor, almost getting walled off. Our poor tank can't get out of there in time. Jordy Steele going straight down for the count, and a crazy icicle shot from Lutuna sends Juan Pablo following suit.
Unfortunately, when you're playing a comp like this, it's really not all that survivable, so you do need your damage threat and only your damage threat to keep UK and Lupine back. Unfortunately, we don't really see that, especially Jordy Steele's kind of struggling to find purchase. They do have a Riptire, though, and Red might need to try and break this.
They're gonna have to. Red is also struggling for that for their health pool to stay up and stay alive long enough for the next rotation coming in from College Gnomes, going all the way around. And you know, Jordy's still trying to go all the way to the back line, but gets stuffed out by the Amplification Matrix. We find Lotuna with the secondary firepower, which is absolutely humongous, and also why going a little bit too far in. The shatter is ready though, the confidence is there, but so is this Deadeye. Boom, gonna be making everybody run for cover, and there's no one who is gonna be stopping Jordy Steele from just annihilating everybody.
Saving the Riptide through is huge, actually, because that ultimate, in terms of fear factor, there's nothing else quite like it, right? I mean, a homing missile coming from absolutely anywhere. UK and Lupine really have to care this. So Juan Pablo, if I were him, I'd be saving this so just harass the rotate of UK and Lupine, try and hit them when they're kind of focusing on something else. We'll see exactly how they decide to invest it, though.
Oh, big wall, just in case anyone on the high ground is going to be there. And of course, the main Blizzard is also coming up on deck, but there is the Riptire coming in from our aforementioned Junkrat, coming in for the backline in the Emerald field. If the Emerald field was out, we also meleeed it out of the equation. Great job from Red again. Getting rid of the Steel Trap Tire, humongous. The Shatter has now been expended, but it gets nobody. The Deadeye has to be utilized as a backup. And why? Oh, you are no HP. You got to get out of there. Go. And we low-key almost do. Oh, almost is a very strong word, but it's still looking like a very nicely wrapped up team fight one from Lupine.
Yeah, lovely retake there. As long as the tire's broken down, then there wasn't a crazy amount of other threat from Cottage Gnomes who weren't able to capitalize on the chaos it created. Now they got Blizzard set up defensively with Little Tuna on this May. UK and Lupine should be poised to take this back, actually.
Big rotation coming in from the left side while the entire map gets rotated over to the server room. The Amplification Matrix cuts off Jordy from the team, forced to go back behind cover. There's the Blizzard as well, forcing the Sunberry coming from Seoul to keep the team up and alive. While Pablo finding a lot of mileage with the grab from Jordy. This is how you do it. And of course, the last minute contest just gets 9%. It's not the end of the world. Little Tuna falling down. Axel on the Moira, I want to say, has been doing a really great job of sustaining the team with what little utility that Moira does give. It's just, she just burst out healing. I'm very proud of them for playing that character.
I mean, again, Cottage Gnomes spend heavily, but they still have these DPS ults so good at buying time that UK and Lupine might have to just respect it for a fight or two. Again, Juan Pablo last time with the Riptide didn't find a crazy amount. Hopefully this time, though, there can be a little bit more pop.
Oh, coming from the high ground. No one has seen it yet, and it finds Kiori lacking Immortality Field for self-defensive purposes. Gunder also going to be finding Less for Mercy in the back, very first in that team fight, and again, very easily done. And one excursion coming in from the College Gnomes, who are now pushing up in order to make sure that UK and Lupine can't even get through these rooms, or even through the door.
UK and Lupine, though, they're building up to some of their ultimates, and Cottage Gnomes are so far away from their own. Axel needs to finish his coalescence for the start of this next fight, otherwise Lupine will have a huge advantage. Deadeye, though, is great.
Gonna be clearing all this space, and it finds Kiori again, lampless once more. And again, now we had overtime. The wick is ticking right down. College Gnomes getting the pressure put on them, especially on Juan Pablo. But again, it's just gonna be Dunger just foregoing, does not care. Hey, my team is dead, it's fine. I'm gonna pop off and make sure that we take this round in our favor with the comp of all time, the Zarya, the Moira, the Junkrat, Lucio, the Cat. They all worked out against such a pre-established composition of the Reinhardt, the Mei, the Baptiste. That is such a bread and butter composition, and it was just completely negated by Cottage Gnomes time and time again.
Yeah, super impressed by that player there. Seemed to have really figured out how to play Li Zhengtao. And I know we said we wanted a competitive series here, Mott. So far, it's definitely been giving that, right? It's been back and forth. Close, it feels like, on every sub point. Obviously go 2-1 as well. So super excited to see how it continues to go next. Of course, it's going to be UK and Lupine's map pick as we think about hybrid. Really curious to see where they go, actually. But again, a Paradiso might not be a bad choice. Your other option going to be Eichenwald, I believe.
Just Iconwald as the other option, of course, and of the two to choose from Paraiso or Iconwald, personally. Oh, they go Paraiso. That again, very interesting option. Where on the side of things when we were casting last week, or there was mostly a preference for Iconwald or Kings Row when that was available to them as well. But Paraiso, we haven't seen much of it. We only really saw that first point for a very long time. So hopefully it goes all the way the distance. We can see the difference of team play that you have to play on first point versus second point versus third point. It's such high ground. It's so high ground heavy. It's so high, and I find it very claustrophobic actually on the attacking side because of that main streetway on second point. It's so claustrophobic. It's so brawly sometimes. I feels like even if you're both playing dive, it's just so hectic.
Yeah, it does mean that there's a lot of angles for DPS to take, so I think it is more of a DPS-centric kind of point, just in terms of how you want to play it, and in terms of who's really being tested to play here. As a defender, you have access to some longer sight lines, of course, but it's kind of hard to work them sometimes because they are so long. Anna's great at it. Widow's great at it. Outside of that, you might struggle a little bit more. But again, we have to actually get there first, because that first point can be absolutely diabolical to attack. And, in my opinion, last point is just kind of terrible. So we'll have to see if we get there. And if we do, then we can get into the macro, the player of it, in a little bit more detail. Of course, so loading into parity. So right now, I believe it's going to be Cottage Gnome starting out on the attack. UK and Lupin going to be defending first. And they decide exactly where the buck stops.
Yep. Exactly that. And we had just seen earlier a full hold on Paraiso, right? Or close to a full hold, having that first tick, give or take. But at the end of the day, we're gonna be seeing these comps unlock in just a couple of seconds, and I do expect to see a dive from both teams because of that fact that you can just clear those high grounds. You can go to the high ground so quickly with a Diva, a Winston, and there it is. Yep, there it is. Yeah, we are seeing that right now. We had just seen the Winston. We're gonna be seeing the Winston again from Y and Georgie, and a little bit of a different DPS line. Like you're saying, it's longer sight lines, great for people like Widow, like Anna, and now also seeing Red on the Ashe. It's not terrible. She has great sight lines as well. It just doesn't get the same value as Widow, for example, who can just clean your head off.
Yeah, I
from
mean, Ashe,
half the map.
Ashe on first point is still super comfortable, though. The ranges aren't long enough that the damage fall off becomes a huge issue unless you're trying to fight, like, stairway from defender high ground. So it's going to be pretty fine for UK and Lupine. The pressure cycling might get a bit weird if Y tries to engage, like, aggressively with a Tesla cannon. Normally, you just want to fight the high grounds. But we'll have to wait and see how it goes, of course. All we really need to pay attention to is if Red can care Juan Pablo, because that's going to be the main threat, I think, to the Ashe and vice versa.
I completely agree. They have to make sure that Juan Pablo is able to pop off on the Echo like they have been consistently for the past couple of games here. And gonna be seeking out that Ana, which doesn't really have much besides, of course, Lesser Mercy, who is now on the Brig. That has to carry the other Winston, and there it is. Y has to back out a little bit, goes back to the bridge after stabilizing a little bit there, and they're just making sure that this high ground does not get peeked out by the side of College Gnomes. Kind of playing a little bit slow. They're going around all the way to the back end of the objective, and the Echo Stickers are now out and about. We are up in the air in Narnia, and so is Y going all the way in and trying to find the kill, but might have gone a little too far.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Now, 4v5, we need to see a trade, and a nade is going to be a huge precipice for that. Lovely sleep. What more can they find?
We do find the Ana, unfortunately. Juan Pablo once again. If you care for Juan Pablo, they will be able to get so much value on this Echo. And yes, Lutuna does find Soul, but at the end of the day, I believe that's going to be a complete objective unlock from the side of College Gnomes after a very well-placed dive, as well as kind of opening up that door of, hey, why just overextended too much? Their Winston doesn't have jump yet. Burn them down.
That's couldn't have put it better myself, honestly. Just a bit of a feed, unfortunately, from Y. Forces UK and Lupine back so damn far. Cottage Gnomes already get the first cap. and now they can get into this streets phase of the map. Again, more DPS centric. If Lil Tuna and Red can really control the space, it's going to be a lot easier. Y is essentially just going to be functioning as a third DPS here. The same could be said of their counterparts, of course, on the Cottage Gnomes.
Payload can be moving and cruising through the objective array halfway there to point B, which is great, right? And Lil Tuna can be specking this high ground area where the stairs are, where the hill is for the side of Cottage Gnomes. The fight, however, is done in this little alleyway, and Axel, unfortunately, just in the middle of two monkeys going at it. Jordy Steele also gonna be finding himself back to spawn with their flex support, and so coming right back to the team here, but Lupine has to kind of just hold that without their tank. Lupine has to has to hold that without their tank because of the fact that the team fight just kind of went so sour so quickly.
They're going to really struggle to attack here as well. Normally, you kind of need that momentum to keep kind of rolling through Streets phase because the retake is so weird. Soul goes down really, really early, which means this fight probably just has no legs unless they can find a punish quick onto Y. It doesn't look like they can.
But they do find the pulse bomb on us for Mercy. Like, they didn't have that break shoot up right in time, but the Bob, as a response, finds Juan Pablo in the air and also just sends Jordy Steele down for the count. Unfortunately for Gong, it's just, yeah. Another, again, very cleanly defended team fight coming in from the side of Lupine once more on the defense phase. And I feel like what we were talking about earlier about the high grounds and how well you can control it on the defense side is really showing to its fullest extent on Lupine's defense. They are just able to cycle through the high grounds and just negate every option that Cosmo is trying to go for, especially on Axel, who goes down so fast.
Yeah, absolutely blended here as the Primals invested. That is the end of UK and Lupine's ultimates. But so far, I mean, we're seeing great value here from Y, who's able to escape with his life as well. Cottage Gnomes can go in with 3 of their own should they be able to get a full 5. There's the beat, but that's just to keep Jordy Steele alive.
Yeah, because my man was one for such a long time, and Red still able to find Jordy Steele even after the sound barrier coming from Soul, who's also being focused on by that honing beam. Again, Lil Tuna finding the diff in the mirror, and Axel just trying to be on the car for a little longer, but unfortunately gets found out by Red. Gungminer also. The stickies, such a great option from Lil Tuna, who has been so good at landing them consistently and following through as well. Cottage Gnome's not looking the best right now. Having the continued rush is really great. We also see almost a full swap here. We're going to be seeing Gungmir onto the Cassidy, and again, the Malga is making an appearance.
It is, but I don't really see what you can do. You have to force cart, you're going to get poked out, your E is going to end, and then you're going to die, is what I expect to happen. See if it plays out any differently in practice, though.
The Suzu has been expended so early on, and there's a duplicate onto their own Malga. Now it's a brawl for brawl, E for E, lifesteal for lifesteal. Gungnir does find Red after the post-cast swap here, and my poor Ana struggling to keep everyone alive as the Jordy Steele just tears down everyone limb from limb. The cart is still moving, able to focus down on Lil Tuna with the help of Juan Pablo. Unfortunately for the side of UK and Lupine, they're forced to back out and retreat. The backline can be pelted by the dive here. Oh, great peel from Y, however.
Yeah, Curie finds the kill as well. The Tesla Cannon not going to do a crazy amount to Jordy Steele, but the rest of the team of UK and Lupine will. So Y can press deeper, clean up these exit frags, and Buck again going to be stopped here. Minute left to go, one fight needed to extend play, and UK and Lupine the one banking the ults a little bit more effectively. They've already got this Primal Rage, a Bob's on the horizon, whereas for Cottage Gnomes, they need a dupe from Juan Pablo to find value, and so far they kind of haven't, unfortunately.
I agree. In a duplicate for Pablo would spell victory to make it at least to point B and reset, get an extra minute and a half on the clock for that point C capture, right? But there's the answer now, Juan Pablo, and that duplicate is not coming online anytime soon. Yeah, just someone dead in Miami, go get him. Gonna be seeing also Jordy Steele getting all the pressure put on them by Lil Tuna as Axel once again can't find a way out of the fray Gonna be seeing a little bit of a reset from Lupine once more. Duplicate for them is online, so is the Bob, so is the Primal. Nano coming up as well. It's looking extremely comfortable for Lupine at full hold here.
Yeah, I expect them to be honest. It has to be a touch from, I believe, Soul. Good poke early onto Tuna, but you need a lot more than that.
You do, and with the Bob there as well, I mean, makes your life so much harder, and the Suzu being expended so early on after Jordy's E has been expended. it means, you know, can't sustain long enough, unfortunately. Lupine looking so amazing as Gungmir, the only one left on this cart, trying to contest it, trying to stall time until the rest of the team can come back. But just like that, we have made it just short of point B. 1 point on the board for College Gnomes, 117 meters to go for Lupine's own attack phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty dominant of a lockout here. Second point can be really, really tricky to attack. I've known myself. I mean, I once got sat down in a call for 4 hours with an ex-Chinese contenders coach. We talked about nothing but Para-ISO second point and how to attack it. It is slightly diabolical. And unfortunately, Cottage Gnomes on the receiving end of that. However, what it does mean, though, is that they will be able to, you know, utilize that same point in their own defense. So it's not over for them just yet. Getting it essentially to the end of that point gives them a lot of leeway to play with. And of course, Lupine's going to have to crack through that first point as well. Their comp's going to be the same. I will say that Cottage Gnomes, they need to kind of stop getting poked out. It feels like they're just giving a lot of mistakes. So they probably don't need to. This Kiri Lucio backhand as well with the Ram, I'm not a crazy fan of. We already see Jordy Steele getting poked out and really struggling to keep his health high when they were playing it with the Monkey before. And Ram traditionally takes even more damage, so I'm not quite sure about this. I would love to see maybe a Baptiste, maybe an Anna, something to give you a little bit more healing throughput just to keep your tank stable.
Absolutely, and with how quickly Axel does expend that Suzu cooldown, which is such an imperative cooldown to keep in that back pocket for things like Kyori's anti-nade, for example. Things like, well, previously Echo Stickies we had the Echo Stickies in our disposal, but things like that, so important to keep in your back pocket. But at the same time, I mean, on the attack phase, the dive from Lupine will be immaculate here as they reset a little bit. We also see the swap from Red back to the Ash for some more consistent damage and lower short of sight lines. Why can be going a little bit too far in and gets completely shut down and punished by the Cottage Gnomes, who are stationed so nicely on this high ground.
And they don't have to do anything now. They've got the pick. Realistically, UK and Lupine should just back up, and you'd love to get some stagger kills here. Doesn't look like they really need to go for them, though. They'd just be taking risks unnecessarily. Lil Tuna has a free angle here, but can't seem to get too much done with it.
There it is. Great Suzu timing coming in from Axel, but again, getting found out by Y. The dynamite onto one power, which is evil, as Kyori finishes it off with the nade. Looks like Cottage Gnomes has to back out a little bit, maybe go for more of a poke phase with the Ramacha primary fire, with the Lucio boop. Great boop in question, and there we go. We're speeding right out of there as fast as we possibly can. The anti-nade on poor Jordy is going to be making sure they also are not going to be able to get out of there without adding a point to the frag board for the side of Lupine. Now the point is already halfway captured. It's only Axo and Soul there really to poke out, as well as Juan Pablo. So that's going to be another full cap and about 5 minutes on the time bank for their push.
Yeah, gargantuan time bank here. All of the back of Kyori sleep there. Without it, they don't have a way in. They don't have an easy frag to just start prying open the defense of Cottage Gnomes. Now 5 minutes left to go. This is going to be really tricky, especially as Jordy Steele can't easily contest payload and ping pong between payload and the high grounds.
Huge wall, huge wall from Juan Pablo. Saw that wide, turned around, was about to jump right back out to safety, and said, nope, not going nowhere. Absolutely amazing play coming in from College Gnomes as they are stationed up in this window, but still, the cart moving already halfway to the point, and Axel, as well as the side, of Juan Pablo, gonna be kind of forcing Lupine back out as they have incredible spam damage with that kunai and that secondary fire from Mei. But ooh, Soul, were you able to get out there in time? Able to get out just narrowly with the skin of the teeth, but then Little Tuna coming in, the Deadeye also gonna be expended here. Great wall once more. Does it find anyone? Ooh, another good shield.
Yeah, just going to burn a little bit of time. Time knows something they need to burn a lot more of. They kind of need conversions, and a huge pick there. Going to make this one a little bit easier until Y just starts frying them with a Tesla cannon.
And Georgie forced to just hold Block Simulator and not even play Overwatch the game. The golden mouse of victory is right there for them. Antony on Soul forces that sound barrier for a last minute recontest. They're getting booped all around. The Primal's also ready at any time. It might be expended here just to push everyone away from the cart. Gungnir on the Sombra though, coming in, allowing that Blizzard to be utilized there as well. And is that going to be enough? The Primal has now been out by Y as well as the Bob. They're going to be expending everything to win the fight. Lupine going toe-to-toe with College Gnomes for our first Game 3.
Yeah, and they look pretty confident here, honestly. It seems like this is just their bread and butter, this Echo Ash monkey comp. And when they can play around these high grounds, then they just seem so in control. I mean, Cottage Gnomes really did struggle here. You know, they got a couple fight wins off of just uncharacteristic mistakes, I feel like, out of Lupine. But after that, you know, it felt kind of all over. It felt so almost one-way traffic for the side of UK and Lupine. And so super impressed by how they played, by the metal they were able to bring. And now it's tied 1-1 here. Cottage Gnomes map pick as we start thinking about push. It seems like they want to go New Queen Street.
Yeah. It looks like New Queen Street will be our next pick. Immediately they said New Queen Street. We're going in.
They look
And
in.
and they want to go right in. You know what? I quite like New Queen Street, but the other picks were, of course, the other two push from the game were Coliseo and Esperanza. Coliseo with the new, somewhat new additions of removing the walls and adding extra little staircases for more accessibility to hard to reach places, I think has kind of allowed it to go up the tier of likable maps in the game, especially after those changes were made. So that could have been an option, but New Queen Street just very consistent. Everyone likes it. You can play really whatever you want. You can play the dive. You can play the brawl. You can even play a poke a little bit with how long those street phases can get and the long side lanes they can become. So I'm not even mad about them going to New Queen Street. It gives a lot of flexibility to what each player, or I'm sorry, what each team wants to play.
I think that New Queen Street's a fair choice. If I were them, your options being push, being Coliseo, New Queen Street, Esperanza, I probably would have went towards Coliseo, personally. I think it's easier to stop your opponents just having monkey freedom there. But I still think New Queen Street's pretty viable for whatever you want to play. There aren't crazy high grounds to just mess around with. It's kind of the white bread of push maps, I want to say, you know, for lack of a better phrase.
Not the white bread.
The
99 cents
No, I think it's
bread.
fair enough.
That's so funny.
You want whole grain? Like, that would be like Coliseo before the rework, where you were only ever going to play like brawl frontline trading comps.
Yes.
If you tried to play an angles comp, then like Spyler would take you out back and just like hit you over the head with a big stick.
It's like now, like Kasa got the rework. It's like it was whole wheat, but now it's like honey whole wheat. It has a little bit of sweetness to it. It's
Maybe it's like 50-50.
It's like kind of fair now. It's a little better. All right, looking at teams are getting starting very soon. New Queen Street is gonna be the pick of choice, and I'm very interested to see exactly what competitions we are gonna be playing here because we've seen a little bit of everything besides poke. We didn't really see too much poke going on, and we are locking in a lot. I saw before like everyone was locked into a lobby, people were already picking. So I saw a Winston, I saw a Zarya. Zarya into Winston. Please don't. I saw Life Weaver. Please don't go Zarya into Winston. I'm trying to like telepathically tell them don't go Zarya. Don't go Zarya. Don't go Zarya. It makes her life so difficult with Bubble.
I suppose it's not as bad on a push where you just have to play this one mobile objective. And you can keep your damage threat to stop the Winston from going on you, but you just have to like hope your backline survives the monkey dives. And I like taking that risk sometimes. Other times, though, it's going to be a little bit tricky here. So we've got our comps locked in. Pretty much the same from UK and Lupine. Tuna on the Tracer rather than the Echo. And for Cottage Gnomes, they are back on Jordy Steele's Zarya pick. Different DPS. They will have free fight wins with the EMP. But again, you don't have great bubble targets here. I guess you bubble Juan Pablo on the Venture. But I do think in terms of the comp matchup, UK and Lupine has a very definitive advantage.
I completely agree. What's Zarya gonna do when Winston jumps over her? Nothing. But at the same time, you have a pretty mobile backline of the Lucio, the Moira, the Venture to an extent. That dig animation is a little bit slow. You can catch them out of it so quickly. And the Sombra as well. So the dive targets might be a little bit sparse for Lupine, as Jordy Steele is going to be building up some of that bubble, some of that charge up, and just putting a lot of pressure on the backline. But there's a dive, and we find Soul after the dive, which is great. And at the same time, look at this, the bubble, once I was talking about earlier from the Winston, it just makes Zarya's life so much more difficult. But Juan Pablo finding Hiyori in the backline, and I mean, you find Hiyori, but Lupine finds everyone else.
Yeah, again, work out super easily for them. Les for Mercy needs to stay alive here, and will be able to do so by the looks of things. Juan Pablo, that stagger is brutal. That's going to mean the Cottage Gnomes can't refight for God knows how long, and that's going to be a lot of free progress as well. Look, that's the window stall already removed in just one fight. UK and Lupine off to an absolutely flying start here. Cottage Gnomes going to need to catch up somehow.
Somehow, some way, they have to, especially with this Zarya still gonna be locking it in. A little bit of a hack on Y, forced him to retreat back to the front line, and there it is, beautiful hack into the virus combo from Gungar right on top of Kiori, who is just pelted down by a rush down from Cottage Gnomes. You're now down your support line. Lupine might have to back up a little bit here, especially as Axel finding the DPS, finding Red out in the fray. Now you can see, yeah, why just said, yeah, I have no support. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Reset.
Yeah, fair enough to it. Yeah, they're making wholesale changes, actually, are UK and Lupine. They want to play into the Zarya comp, apparently. So, over to the Kiri Lucio backline, Red on that Cassidy. Curious, actually, to me. I guess it means that the backline is less susceptible to any kind of pressure. But in exchange, it means that your frontline trade is going to be even worse. So, Y is going to really struggle playing around Jordy Steele. Little Tuna, though, gets the early pick.
Yeah, especially on Juan Pablo, who has that Tectonic Shock for Venture ready. And at the very least, you have that in the back pocket on your next approach. And the bot is, going to be able to get back to that first objective by the time everyone does come back. So you can expand that Coalescence. You can expand that Tectonic Shock from the Venture. And EMP is coming up on the back end of things. And for Lupine, they don't really have a defensive mechanism against that Tectonic Shock besides the Winston bubble from Y and Y's Primal.
Bro, what? Again, okay, if Malga out, this makes some sense, just in terms of getting the 1v1 versus Y. I'm curious why the Zarya wasn't the choice, though, for this scenario. So we'll see if this gets any more purchase. However, heavy ult fight here for Cottage Gnomes. They can just go with their Q buttons first and kind of think later.
Exactly, and I'm hoping that someone does it, especially as the Soundbarrier does come active online ready, and there it is. Also going to be explaining the Coalescence, one of the fastest charging support ultimates in the game, and just using it as a third ability, may I add. Gunber also be finding Red with that virus, and honestly, a really good cleanup from Connor Jones all around. And at the end of the day, when we thought they were going to expand everything and just say, screw it, press Q, they had a discipline to only expand and push with that Coalescence from Axel and win the team fight just like that.
I mean, they've still got basically just one team fights online because of how powerful that EMP is. You can combo it with something. You don't even have to. You'll still probably find some value. So, Cottage Gnomes can just play for the EMP and maybe just EMP Y. They don't want to do that, though. What the hell?
No, we don't. We're actually going to be finding... We still find Curie on the Kiriko, and the Primal is still going to be out, so has to utilize that Sound Barrier just for some more survivability, but you are up players. We do see the swap from Lil Tuna onto the Echo now that really no one College Gnomes can deal with them too consistently, besides Moira with the no aim, of course. We're just having to track that down, and the point is... the bot is pushing way closer to that equal percentage than previously expected.
Yeah, no, it's being more and more competitive. Great sticky nades, but Juan Pablo was able to cleanse it. EMP hits all 5. Oh, that is absolutely brutal.
That's and like you said, pretty much a one-team fight. Trying to find a hack as well, just for some extra hurt. And also the Tectonic Shock finally going to be expended here, and my Kiriko is going up in the air, trying to get out of the ground, and Y also trying to do the same. Really great team fight again from College Gnomes, and at the same time, now you build up that cage, you build up almost that Coalescence from Axel. You're great, you're cycling through these ultimates very smartly, and look at this, they're about to pass a point.
Yeah, that they are. Almost the lead garnered now for Cottage Gnomes, already forward spawns garnered. What can UK and Lupine do? Maybe go in with a Malga dupe, a Sombra dupe, something like that, but it's going to be tricky either way.
Ooh, I love Kiri on the Ana, just putting a lot of her onto Georgie Steele with that anti-nade. It forcing it back out, because after that E is expended and you're purple, again, the purple coming through once more. The duplicate is also ready, but no need to use it when they're down their entire tank. And the hack does not go through. Great use of those corners to negate the hack being out of line, out of sight. And so also going down for the count. We may have lost Little Tuna, but at the end of the day, that is a one-team fight. That is the bot being pushed even further in your advantage.
Not the lead taken here, crucially, from Cottage Gnomes. If they're able to get that, then the entire momentum of the map swings. But UK and Lupine able to keep it at least for now and get the robot all the way back to their end of the map, closer to their ults as well. UK and Lupine have really restabilized here.
The cage is also ready, like I had mentioned earlier, and Cottage Gnomes finding that Lupine is going backwards, back towards the main area wave, where they actually want to fight a little more space to work around with, and I completely agree there. Big sleep. No! I watched that happen in real time. My man went nowhere. Actually went nowhere. The cage has been expended. Oh, I feel so bad. I've been there, bestie. And now Gunner also gonna go down for the count by Lil Tuna, negating the hit scan, and so does Jordy Steele. The cage does nothing for them. The honing beam does no help for Soul, and it's really just Juan Pablo on the venture, just trying to contest, but it doesn't matter. I'm still floored about the Swift Step. Ugh, I'm so mad.
That fight was just like a tragedy of errors, right? You cage nothing, your Swift Step gets cancelled by the hack, and at that point, you're kind of cooked no matter how well you're playing. UK and Lupine now, they've got both their strong ults, the EMP and the Nano, and they should be on course to at least win out this next one, possibly even completing the map.
They're so close to it too. Great tracking from Red, finding a lot of pressure, putting a lot of pressure on Soul there. The bot gonna be negated, or I mean at least contested hotly in this area. But the EMP is massive, but it doesn't catch. It doesn't catch. Doesn't catch one. There's so much going on. Sorry. Like I saw a Nano. I saw Y just killing everybody, being the third DPS. The EMP was great from Red. It's a one team fight. Boom. Go on. We move next.
Yeah. Silver Lining, they have ults left, do Cottage Gnomes, and UK and Lupine don't. So this next fight should essentially be free. And with 2 minutes left, they have enough time to make it back to at least a middling position, in regulation.
Ooh, they're trying to go. I love that Lupine has the discipline to just go backwards to a better part of the map that's a little bit more advantageous for them. Even more so that Soul is gone. You again don't have that speed boost to get out of there, as well as the duplicate is online for Lil Tuna, and everything is just falling into place for the side of UK and Lupine. Absolutely, time and time again. They're about a full cap here with only a couple of meters to go. And can Cosmos get a last-minute recontest? They absolutely can, I believe, with Soul being the first one to die, can be the first one to recontest. But again, Duplicate is ready, and Lutu is finding a target.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, you have so many valid targets here. Again, needs to be a strong retake. That's going to be Tectonic Shock Pop. So is the Deadeye, but so far not finding too much at all. A kill onto Wide going to be it.
Wait, we're back. Cosmos is back with a minute left on the clock. They're finding their value again. They're finding their footing. This is going to be a hell of a push, though. It's at least three-ish team fights you have to win in about a minute and some change with the overtime as well. Lupine, however, look at that ult economy spec. They have almost everything save for dupe. Cottage Gnomes and now they just swapped off to the Echo. There's no Venture Tectonic Shock as online either. Now there's really just that cage and the sound barrier.
Yeah, that's enough to build a fight win around, but you need some ults to be thrown away if UK and Lupine are going to end up losing this.
EMP is ready again. Oh, it will not be used though. Juan Pablo focusing on Red as best as they can. This is what I'm talking about. Juan Pablo on this Echo is absolutely amazing to watch. They just shut down every approach from the side of UK and Lupine every single time.
Yeah, using the beat, I'm not a crazy fan of, but it gets the job done anyway. They've got the cage through for next fight. They've got the Kitsune as well. All they need to worry about now is the EMP cancelling out the cage, and they can structure a very reasonable fight plan with what they have. What?
Absolutely amazing. Oh no!
Oh my
no!
lord! Oh
No!
my
What
lord!
happened? What happened? No! 1 second left on the clock. What do you mean? I can't believe it ends that way. Spec, I saw like an amazing counter EMP with the hinder, the flashbang, the fake flashbang, the stun, the melee, boom, out of here. And then I turn around. Everyone's dead. What happened?
I mean, Red is able to get the EMP off even though they die. That EMP is all 5 players. Then we get an anti-nade come through, and it's just the easiest cleanup of your life, right? Everybody's low HP, can't use cooldowns, can't use abilities, can't heal. They're kind of just, sitting ducks and get taken down there, unfortunately. EMP was always going to be the biggest threat here for Cottage Gnomes, and unfortunately for them, it means that they're going to lose out this series 2-1. Super competitive, though, the entire way. I feel like without that one ultimate, it really could have been a victory for Cottage Gnomes.
Absolutely. Had we been able to cancel out that EMP by killing Sombra just a tiny bit faster, literally a half a second faster, I think we would have seen a much different outcome here for in favor of Connor's Gnomes. But no, UK and Lupine showing out, having one of the closest games we've seen so far in the event today, and it was an absolute treat to watch, absolute pleasure.
It was a crazy game. I mean, also, of course, congratulations to UK and Lupine, who have played a very, very strong series and absolutely deserved their victory today. It didn't start off in their favor, but they're able to get the reverse sweep going. And I got to say, that's a Paraiso that was surgical, Mark. So I'm just happy that we got a series this competitive. And for the next game, I believe we're going to be handing it off to a fresh pair of casters to bring you the action.
Absolutely. So that means we're going to a very quick break once more as we get our casters ready, as we get our teams up and ready as well for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
It'd be so cruel if I didn't let my body move.
Your customers expect to buy what they want, how they want. So you need a commerce platform that's flexible, customizable, and crazy fast. Shopify Plus is built to handle the complexity of your business, so you can focus on your brand and deliver a seamless customer experience across every device, country, and channel. Save time by turning manual tasks into powerful automated workflows. Target key markets with local currencies and unlimited storefronts. Increase conversion with personalized shopping and checkout experiences. And sell out in seconds, knowing we won't hold you back. Partner with the best commerce platform.
questioning myself like I'm the one that's wrong. You've all left me on my own when it was my darkest place. Turn yourself away from me to save your own thing. I need it to stop raining in my head so the sun can light up from where I've bled. And through all this pain that I've been through, it'll never be the same for me and any of you. I just can't breathe on my own. I had nowhere left to go. I try to be someone in the darkness, be your son. This all got out of control. I thought this was a mutual love. Now I've got to let go. To you, all I was no one. I need it to stop raining in my head so the sun can light up from where I've bled. And through all this pain that I've been through, it'll never be the same for me and any of you. I need it to stop raining in my head so the sun can light up from where I've bled. And after all this pain that I've been through, it'll never be the same for me and any of you. I need it to stop raining in my head so the sun can light up from where I've bled. And through all this pain that I've been through, it'll never be the same for me and any of you. I need it to stop raining in my head so the sun can light up from where I've bled. And after all this pain that I've been through, it'll never be the same for me and any of you. And after all these times that I have loved, of the Kasa World Tour, it is me, Geordie Steele, aka James, and with me again today is Ebroth.
Good evening.
So, we have a match today for you between Kasa Harbingers and a Void List. Kasa Harbingers are a team within the Kasa organization, currently the highest SR team currently playing. A Void List is a team I don't really know all that much about. Are you more familiar with them, Ebroth?
Yeah, I know a couple of the people from Void. They're a really old team. Like I think they've been playing together for like 3 years, and I think they have had some ambitions either in the past or in the future for OWCS.
I see. Well, in terms of the roster for Kasa Harbingers, we have Iqua playing main support. Apparently, Iqua is French, running purely off monster energy. Interesting. Rose is the most infamous person in the org by being a diamond in a GM team. I don't really believe that somehow. Zuff was not here to give us any information on him, apparently, which is really helpful. And Florin plays Cassidy.
That's yeah. Some people have to do that as well.
In terms of the state of the game since we last cast a tournament together, there have been an awful lot of changes.
Absolutely. The buffing of tanks is just insane. And the current meta also is very interesting with dive with Ash basically. Especially if we watch OWCS.
It's very common to see Ash, especially on defense in dive at the moment. Maps like Gibraltar, Dorado, Ash is really strong on those points. Anywhere where she can set up and only has to disengage with her coach gun rather than engage, then that's a really powerful position for her.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with her ability to headshot monkeys on their way in and do that kind of poke damage in the setup or in the setup against dives as well. It's really, really practical. And of course,
I kind of feel that we're sort of heading in towards somewhat of a dive meta in a lot of cases.
Absolutely. Especially on the Korean side and the Asian side of Overwatch, dive is just, dominant as usual, but more than usual as well.
Of course, it will be all change again in just a couple of days with the new season and, of course, the release of Juno. But Juno will not be allowed in the group stage of this tournament, but will be allowed, as I understand, in the finals. Do you think... What do you think we can expect from that?
I don't think Juno will change the meta much on her own, but it depends on what kind of synergies the team will find with her. But I tried her a little bit in the playtest, and as a fix support myself, she wasn't that powerful, but she opens up for a lot of mobility and enabling the team with her speed ring.
I also had the opportunity to play Juno during the playtest. What I discovered was that she really does play like a genuine backline. She's not someone you want to be engaging on yourself with and sort of taking duels. She really does want to play quite far back.
Yeah, especially with the lack of headshots is pretty noticeable. It's kind of like Ana and BAP combined, but then with not having headshots like Ana. So
yeah,
like,
I don't think during the playtest, I don't think she was in any way broken or overpowered. If anything, I think there were certain aspects that needed a little bit of a buff. It'll be very interesting to see how that comes about when the patch goes live.
Absolutely. Especially with the ultimate, because I think a lot of people find the ultimate confusing.
I think there's a lot of potential for playmaking, but yeah, I think it will take quite a while for teams to discover the power in it and sort of realize how to actually utilize it to its fullest effect.
Yeah, I saw a lot of high rank streamers talk about it as Rissa's Bongo from Overwatch 1. So that's going to be an interesting a way to play with it, but it's more localized and it's not like line of sight, so it's going to be very, very different.
I think we're just about ready to go to lobby here. We are just waiting on the word, and we'll be ready to start.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what map they start on. The map pool is not that big for the initial stage. So they have Lijiang and Busan to choose from.
Oh, Lijiang is always a favorite choice for starting in tournaments.
Absolutely, and considering we are moving into a dive meta, there are some options for dive on Lijiang as well. Not that much on Control Center, but you can pull it off.
Especially on Gardens, I feel dive is really viable there.
Absolutely. Especially if you have a flyer or that kind of that sort of thing. Like if you have Echo or Pharah, which also works pretty well on Night Market, to be honest.
Echo is really showing herself to be quite powerful at the moment, I feel. After Farah received that slight nerf a couple of patches ago. She just hasn't really seen the level of play that we'd seen up to that point.
Absolutely. Like, considering how dominant she was for that long. Oh, we're going into the match.
We're ready to go into the match. Of course, this is Kasa Harbingers versus a Void List. They have gone with Li Zhang, always a favorite with teams, and it will be very interesting to see how this goes.
Absolutely. It's gonna be. Are we playing on this map first? It's always hard to hard to know when it comes to this.
And hardly a surprise here, but we are seeing dive of some degree being played on both teams. They currently have a Symmetra on a Void List. It'll be interesting to see if that strategy is to actually TP to point or to switch to the Tracer and just give the team a little bit of an extra boost to get in there.
Yeah, the Sim TP out of spawn is kind of like a necessary thing to do on these maps to set up as quickly as possible.
And
We
they're
see
off
it
the
from
TP, gets
both
them a bit
teams.
closer to point. The Zoro goes in there. Unfortunately, they're forced to commit bubbles quite early, and the Zoro almost dies there, going very low indeed. A Voidless are actually in a really nice position here.
Yeah, they're setting up really good map control early on, and they get 2 picks from it. Oh, it's equalizing.
They're equal now. It is now 3 versus 3. It'll be interesting to see which team is able to convert this and take advantage.
It looks like a Voidless capped the point, so they are in an advantage position for this fight.
I feel a Void List executed that fight extremely cleanly, actually.
Yeah, they did a little bit of poking, a little bit of dive, got the picks they needed to. Harbingers got a couple of counter picks, but a Voidless managed to keep the advantage.
Well, a Void List's tank now coming up on Primal. Be interesting to see how that goes. Obviously doing quite a bit of damage there. Oh, almost goes down, but the Suzu saves at the last minute. Very nice Suzu. The Zoro almost going very low as well. Oh, that's a huge sticky bomb from Florin. And the rest of Harbingers are able to clean that up, and that will be a point flip for Harbingers.
Yeah, the Suzu came, like, a Voidless took a bit too much poke damage early on. They had to use Suzu early, and then the stickies come in and finish off the tank.
Harbingers now coming up on Rush and Pulse, 2 very important ultimates. Pulse, if they can get an early pick with that, that will be very advantageous for Harbingers.
Yeah, it looks like they're all rotating through servers here, or through
They're
Viking.
about to take the fight on the side there. That's a fantastic bubble there, cutting off the Cassidy, and the Cassidy goes down really quickly.
Yeah, very good aggressive dive, and the beat comes out a bit too late to save the Cassidy there.
And it's just clean up now for Harbingers as they get pick after pick. And yeah, the Avoid List goes down quite convincingly. Yeah.
Yeah, the aggressiveness and the speed of the dive just wins that out for Harbingers there. Like
Yeah,
avoid
it was a very clean fight indeed.
Yeah, avoid commits both support ults, and yeah, it's just too late, I think.
Not many ultimates on the table now, other than Pulse Bomb on the side of a Void List. It'll be interesting to see how they use that. Both teams may be looking to take this fight dry, I would think.
Yeah, it's either that or they look for a pulse bomb to engage with to start off the fight. It looks like they did, but they missed.
So now we have no ultimates on either side. Rose does go down, unfortunately for Harbingers. That's a really unfortunate pick. And it will make it really difficult for Harbingers to hold this now. Their best option is now just to play as a unit on point and stall it out to 99. Florin does get the pick on the enemy Tracer for a Void List though. That's a fantastic pick. That makes it a bit easy for Harbingers, and another pick. Harbingers now in a really strong position and can actually see that out. That was really nicely played. A lot of Harbingers didn't overcommit there. They played very carefully and they didn't panic.
Absolutely, and I think Avoidless did the opposite, kind of. Because they did the same, but like in the opposite way. Because they got an early pick and then they played too safe, which made Harbingers get a pick, and then it kind of snowballs from there.
Yeah, it's quite easy when you lose a teammate to panic and think you just have to die quick. But in cases like that, you just need one pick to even the tables, and it's worth persevering.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see on this map. It looks like we're going into a brawl.
We're going into Control Center. Junkrat, very popular on this map because of the narrow corridors. I wonder if either team will play the Junkrat.
So far, it doesn't look like it. It looks like Harbingers are opting for a sim, while Avoid is playing with the Mei. The
That
Mei
might
being
make it quite
really
difficult for Harbingers playing against the Mei and not having a Mei themselves. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, it depends on positioning. Like the Mei wall is so good at isolating targets, and isolating targets is so important when playing brawl.
Harbingers do make it there first and able to take controlling position on the high ground there. The Zoro making a nice rotation there to meet the Void List as they come round. Oh, and gets walled off. Oh dear, oh dear. That wall doesn't actually have the desired effect though, and the Zoro does not go down. Lamp used by a Void List. They're all looking very low, but Lamp does its job, keeps them going.
Yeah, absolutely. Managing to save the Rhine there is so important.
Ram looking really low there, and their Mei for a Void List goes down.
Yep. And I think
that was
Harbingers...
a really clean fight on the side of Harbingers. They saw the threat, they addressed it, and they rotated really smoothly.
Yeah, and they really made use of the Sim TP to get advantage positioning early on, and then they made use of that positioning, won the fight.
Still no ultimates on the board yet, but Harbingers are very close to Shatter.
Yeah, Shatter is... Ooh.
Oh, that is a big Shatter there by the Zoro. Huge, huge.
Massive 3-man Shatter.
I think that will probably play
Pose at the end.
Very nice.
Absolutely.
Harbingers still have the High Noon to play with, and also the Sim Wall coming up. A Void List don't have any ultimates right now, but Window will definitely be here by the next team fight, and probably Annihilation as well.
Yeah, they just have to play through the Mei wall, or then the Sim wall when that comes up as well.
I think that's quite an early window by a Void List. They're going to struggle to get value from that.
Ooh, they do get value though.
No, you get a good pick from it. Lucio spam through the window, finds a target, and then Ram finds Zuffy, which is going to be a team fight win for a Void List, I would think.
Yeah, they get the early pick, and then they get a bit too eager and get split up. They lose their tank because of it, but they manage to come up on top.
Harbinger's still in control of the point here. That fight did not go the way I was expecting.
Same with that early pick. Yeah, I thought it would be more, or that pick on the Ramatra. I thought that would be more one-sided.
Point does flip to a Void List though, and Harbingers, they just need to win one team fight here. It's not particularly difficult.
Yeah, I think they have to play to get Shatter and then win with Shatter.
The Zoro now has that Shatter in just a couple of swings, and we'll be able to use that. Blizzard does come out, denying Harbinger's access to the point, and another huge Shatter. Lamp does come out, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to be of much help. Rose finds a pick on the enemy Cassidy, and then another pick, and then that map does go to Harbingers, quite convincingly, I feel.
Yeah. I think they're playing really well, even when they're losing teammates. They're managing to turn stuff around and win team fights.
Yeah, I feel Harbingers are very disciplined in how they play. Like, they are very confident, they know what they're doing, they've been in this situation before, and they know what to do, and they know what's expected of them.
Absolutely, and I think playing the Rhine is advantage in one setting against the Ramatra, because if you can manage to lure out shield from the Ramatra and get that Shatter off, there's nothing they can do.
Well, yeah, that's very true. The Ram shield is extremely difficult to try and block a Shatter with. It's a very difficult thing to do, and I don't see it done very often.
Yeah, the only other option is to play more around Mei and Mei wall, and making sure that you isolate target, and then when you isolate the target, actually kill the target, which I think is what Void List was struggling with there.
What do you think a Void List needs to do to win this next map? What changes do you think they'll implement?
Kind of hard to know without knowing which map they're playing on, because they can pick between both Eichenwald and Parisio. But I think when they isolate someone, they need to be more coherent as a team and actually finish off the kill. I think that's the main thing.
I feel the coordination with a Void List is just somewhat lacking in comparison to Harbingers. They just don't look as practiced and as slick on their execution of their plays.
Absolutely. But looking at the information about the team, they are a relatively new team. I just realized now that I talked about the wrong team in the introduction. So yeah, Avoidless is a very new team, while Harbingers, which you know better than me, are a bit more seasoned.
Well, they've decided to go with Eichenwald. I think a Void List just need to watch their coordination and just play a bit more together and not give away such easy plays.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that open up for pretty much any composition can work on this map. It's all about the rotations and the timings.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get control of Castle on second point, it doesn't really matter what comp you're playing. It's the control of the high ground that matters the most.
Absolutely, and it's a bit the same on first point as well. If you have the back high ground for your supports and you control the point area or the chokes, it's really hard to get in.
Harbingers have decided to go on a roll comp with the Tracer. That can be really effective, as first point is a really nice place for Tracer to be able to find some angles.
Yeah, and Avoid is going a bit more dive and disrupt with the ball here.
We don't really see a lot of ball at the moment in the current meta.
No, I am very surprised that they opt for a ball with the combination of characters that they played or picked compared to
especially with them
Monkey.
having the Ash, it doesn't really give them an awful lot of follow-up.
Yeah, but there has been metas in the past where ball has been played as like a poke tank. So it could work if you boot people into Ash's sightlines without the enemy team being able to reach Ash. It's pretty good.
Well, Harbingers are weathering the dives really quite well here. Nothing major of note to talk about. It's just a Void List just need to carefully and consistently push until one of them finds a pick.
Yeah, and the Harbinger just has to play a bit back, play for the sustain, and not get split off.
Oh, Stables almost dies there to the Ramatra punch.
Ooh.
I'm not really feeling that the ball's getting much value right now.
I think Winston with the Winston bubble would be way better here. Ooh, nice headshot as well.
Really nice cleanup there by Harbingers, who are looking extremely strong on this point now. They're coming up on ultimates. We have Window and we have Annihilation Pulse soon. Essentially, they're going to be working with 4 or 5 ultimates next team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Ramatra's ultimate is going to be that impactful against what the Void List is playing, but it will keep him alive. And that sustain is so
commit
important.
The beat there. That's really early. I'm not sure they're going to find much value from that.
That was a bit weird.
And again,
Ball
ball going really low, not finding much value. Rose pops the high noon there. It's forced to back off a bit.
Ooh, that's a huge pulse.
That's huge. That's a huge pulse. Rose trying to weather the pulse there by rolling. Unfortunately, I think that pulls the pulse into the rest of the team.
Yeah, and bit of team banter in the in-game text chat there as well.
I'm sure you're going to feel quite sore about that.
Yeah, it's also like committing 2 ultimates and then having a Tracer to blink right into you in pulse one. That's gonna do a bit with your mentals, I think.
Harbinger's looking to set up on the high ground of the castle now, take control of it from there.
Florin is playing
interesting Tracer duel here.
Yeah. Oh, they get caught out though.
Oh, and Bowden wins the Tracer duel there. Flurin going down. That's really unfortunate. But they were taking it at a really interesting position that was really quite far from the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think they got caught out after the previous team fight and then couldn't get their way back. And now we see
Zuffy
a
finding a pick
diva.
there. Rose going down. So it is now even 4v4. Zuffy goes down though. Avoid list have the pick there in their favor.
Yeah, and we see the diva coming up from Harbingers on second point here, as we talked about initially. With controlling that high ground, super important.
Unfortunately, Harbingers have to give up the high ground, and Avoidless take advantage of that with their ball setting up there in a really nice position to roll through the enemy as they rotate.
Yeah, we're seeing adaptations, more adaptations from Harbinger as well. Now Rose is on the Ash.
This is a really solid push though by Avoidless. They've made a lot of ground there. Now I think the play is that they need to regroup and then take control of the castle again and try not to let Harbingers control it.
Yeah, it's going to be harder for them to do that, I think, with the ball compared to what Harbingers are playing here. Because when you're playing ball against Brawl, it's a bit easier to disrupt and move people out of position. But now Harbingers are more in a dive composition, closer to the meta comp that we talked about earlier.
Exactly. Diva is a really interesting pick because she's able to peel quite heavily on ball dives. Yeah,
and it's not easy for to
Lovely
isolate.
Shot from Rose there, finds Bowden, goes down. Harbinger's looking really solid here, taking control again.
Yeah, I think it looks like a whitelist is trying to build up all their ultimates before committing to one big fight.
Yeah, they now have high. Rose finds the enemy ball though. That's a big pick. In terms of ultimates, the teams are now looking quite uneven, with Avoidlist having 5 to go in with. It will take a lot of discipline to decide which ones to use and not overcommit. Be interested to see which ones they choose.
Yeah, the ult economy now is basically we have all ultimates in the game available.
The Bob does come out, doesn't really find a particularly useful position, and gets destroyed really quite quickly. Zuffy goes down, and yeah, Avoidless, they've only committed Rush and they've committed 3 now. Oh, they only left with Pulse. They've decided to commit all 4. This is exactly what I was afraid of, that they would just play an overcommit, which is going to leave them really quite down for the next fight.
Yeah, something that regularly happens in game in Overwatch when there's a lot of ults to play, a lot of ults get played. Like one person clicks Q and then the rest just follow.
I feel with the amount of picks that Avoidlist had there that they were really close to converting that to a potential cap, but they've really fallen short and left themselves with just Pulse, which is a really nasty position to be in.
It's also hard to push the payload with the comp they're playing, because Harbingers can just dive the point and get rid of people, and then you get no progress.
What we're seeing from Harbingers is they're really quite quick to adapt and change their playstyle and their comp, and Avoidlist aren't really adapting.
Yeah, now we're into overtime, and it looks like Harbinger will... Ooh! They get a touch.
Yeah, the Harbingers will now hold that point. Avoidlist not even capping second point there.
Yeah, I think choosing to play the ball there is what was making Avoidlist struggle here.
I think ball was definitely not the pick, and it's disappointing that Avoidlist didn't really see that and, as I was saying, adapt and play something different.
Yeah, I think if they just mirror what Harbingers are doing, I think they're gonna have an easier time doing what they want to do.
And they definitely need to play with a bit more discipline on their ultimate usage.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that goes for both teams, because in that fight they used like 9 ultimates. Or at least like 7.
It looks like Avoidlist will be going out on a Queen comp, which is an interesting point for defense. I can see why they would want to do that, and I think they may struggle.
Yeah, Queen comp on defense is that is a very interesting one. But I think if they're gonna do that, they have to be a lot quicker with their engages.
They have to play
Especially
very much
considering-
as a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. You usually only see Queen Comp these days on push maps, and there's a reason for that because you have to get in and contest the bot very often.
Harbingers are playing an interesting variation of role here with the Genji and the Ana. They're probably going to want to farm Nanoblade, I think.
It does look like it, and I think maybe they expected to see. Well, that's a big early pick.
Bowden goes down there to Rose. That's a huge early pick, and then Queen goes down to Rose also. So Harbingers will take that point quite decisively.
Yep, and it's also like as you said, you have to go in as one coherent unit when you're playing Queen Comp, and if you split up like this and Rose hits headshots, isolated people die, and you lose fights.
Yeah, a Void List played that really quite scattered. There was very little coordination. However, they have switched to a dive comp with Winston and with the Ana and the Brig. I think that's a really good choice for them to switch like that.
Yeah, this is basically the Korean meta comp at the moment. So I think this is a very good swap to do.
The Zero goes up there for a dive, tries to initiate something. Not much comes of it though, and the Void List hold that dive really quite well. Genji goes in though, finds a pick on a Void List's Ashe, and then the Ana also goes down, which is really quite bad for a Void List, because that card is getting closer and closer to the finish line.
Yeah, they didn't set up the dive correctly there. I think they just got split up by Harbinger's attempt at diving and then folded, kind of.
Still no ultimates on either side. We do have the Nano, but Blade is only at 56%. Struggling a bit to build that there. The team fights have been really quick, I feel, and that's why.
Yeah, it's also hard for Genji to find a lot of damage against what the Void is playing.
Oh
Void List.
no, Void List start to drop down. Rose finding the Winston there. Flurin finds Bowden, and this is looking very, very bad for Void List, and the map's over.
Yeah,
It goes to Harbingers, and that is 2-0.
that is 2-0. Yeah, the maps or the matches today are best of 3. So 2-0 would be a win to Harbingers here.
Oh, here we see
there's
the
that
pulse
pulse
there.
bomb.
That's a really unfortunate pulse. Really nice, but also really unfortunate.
Mm.
So, I think Harbinger's extra experience scrimming together has really shown today.
Absolutely, and their aggressiveness is really good. Like they're going in so hard and so quick that a Void List have no chance but to try and respond, and then when they can't, they just fold.
I think the fact that Void Lists are a relatively new team was actually very obvious today. I think it really showed. And there's obviously some quite skilled players, but they're just not used to the tempo of play in the team or what to expect from each other. That only comes with practice, really.
Absolutely, I think give them a couple of months of scrimming and a bit more tournament practice, and they will be a better team, I think. And it's going to be interesting to see if they actually manage to do that throughout the tournament.
Harbingers, on the other hand, they come out looking really quite strong.
Absolutely, that coherent aggressiveness is really, really impressive, and I think it's one of the most important things to do in the current meta.
Well, we're going to take a short break now, and we're going to come back at you in half an hour with the next match. We hope to all see you really soon.
Your customers expect to buy what they want, how they want. So you need a commerce platform that's flexible, customizable, and crazy fast. Shopify Plus is built to handle the complexity of your business, so you can focus on your brand and deliver a seamless customer experience across every device, country, and channel. Save time by turning manual tasks into powerful automated workflows. Target key markets with local currencies and unlimited storefronts. Increase conversion with personalized shopping and checkout experiences. And sell out in seconds, knowing we won't hold you back. Partner with the best commerce platform.
Floating down a river. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is, dancing is, dancing is, dancing is,
I've been looking out for somebody just like you, but then you walk on by, and I knew what I had to do.
the way you're moving, the way you're shining, everybody's watching you. I wanna make you mine. The way you're looking, the way you smile, it's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind, on my mind.
they're trying to do it again, but I'm not sure.
In terms of favorite comps of what you've seen from Void, do we know much?
Comp-wise, I would expect them to play meta comp, considering how high elo we're talking about here.
Of course,
But,
this is the last match of the day. We will have 4 more matches for you tomorrow, but tonight will conclude today's.
Yep. We're in the.
How have you enjoyed the matches today?
Well, the matches today have been very interesting. Like the team that I coached played against your team
That's
before
right,
we
yeah.
started casting. So for me, that was very fun. For you, maybe not that much.
We are going to map now. We are starting again, of course, at Lijiang Tower.
Yep. And it looks like Control Center is first. We might be seeing some brawl to start off the match.
And unsurprisingly, we see a Junkrat on both teams, as I mentioned in the last game. Junkrat is extremely powerful on this map because of the tight corridors. You can get huge value if played correctly.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, you don't even have to aim, you just have to think a general direction, and then you get kills. A Proto Paladin's jump change off the junk, it seems like. So does
They may
Void.
just be switching the Symmetra just to TP out, but we will see soon. Oh, we have the Junkrat again on Void, Whirlwind playing. Interesting, the Rhine versus Ram matchup. We'll see how that goes. Both teams get around about the same time, but Proto Paladins are taking a lot of damage and go low, and then Lucio goes down. That's a huge pick for Void and gives them early, strong control, and they're able to just push really strongly, and Proto Paladins have no choice but to back off, and then Whirlwind finds the pick on Junkrat, and that's really solid from Void.
Yeah, I think early game in Brawl versus Brawl, especially on this map, Ramatra is stronger, but as soon as ultimates come online, Ryan gets more value.
Ryan undoubtedly has the stronger ultimate, but the neutral fight almost certainly goes to Ram.
Absolutely. Ooh.
That's a massive pick there. Lucio for Proto Paladins going down, and again, Void looking exceptionally strong and very disciplined again, which is a theme we've been seeing a lot today, I feel, in the successful teams.
Yeah, teams that have played together for a while are usually very good at like knowing what the other players on the team are doing, which is so important in Overwatch. Like having an understanding of what your team is intending to do is a really, like, that can beat like more mechanically strong teams.
We still don't have any ultimates on the board yet. Window for Void will come up very soon, and again, just really solid from Void. It's just this is really difficult for Proto Paladins. They just don't have an answer for this.
Yeah, they're working in with Rhine Shield up, and then they just get blasted with Junkrat mines, and they're unable to do much.
I feel that if Proto Paladins are going to make progress here, they need to change up their playstyle and not just walk down main every time.
Yeah, either that or they have to be very quick on their rotations. Oh, we have a tire coming in.
Teal does pop Window there, doesn't find an awful lot of value. Whirlwind with the tire there, with another huge pick, and although Void's bat does go down, that's 2 picks now in favor of Proto Paladins. They may be able to convert this, but the rest of the team are awfully low, and they just not. That's really solid from Void's Ram.
It's actually surprising that they kept their buff alive until the very end, but they still lost the sustained battle.
They just weren't able to convert those 2 picks to anything meaningful because their tank was just too low to be able to push in.
Yeah.
And I think Void take that map.
Yeah. I think Proto Paladins, and especially the Lucio, needs to think about a bit more about their rotations. Because their Lucio died first, I think, in every fight.
And we are now on to Gardens, which, as we mentioned previously, very much favours dive compositions. We'll most likely see Ball and Monkey, I would think.
Yeah, we're seeing Echo Monkey dive with a Sombra on Proto Paladin side, which I think could be really strong here, especially seeing as Void looks to be opting for the ball.
That will be an
Sombra is,
interesting matchup.
Sombra is a very good counter to ball.
Did the bench just fall off the map there?
Yeah, it seems that way.
It's really unfortunate.
Unfortunate, and sadly not that uncommon. I've seen a lot of ventures do that because they're not, like, considering venture is so new, a lot of people are not used to their movement abilities and how easy it is to fall off the map.
Proto Paladin's looking an awful lot better now. They maybe they just needed to warm up and find their footing.
Absolutely, and those are some good hacks, some good viruses, and just 2 picks to start out the fight.
I feel it's going to be very difficult for Void to play the ball into the Sombra here. Oh, that said, Solka does go down, which is really unfortunate, and Void will be able to convert that to a flip of the point quite easily.
Yeah, with their Cassidy dying early in that fight, they didn't have enough consistent damage to make use of those hacks after the first 2 picks.
I feel that Solka's just got to be very careful and just got to prioritize those hacks and not waste the hack, because if they use it and they need it, then that's not going to work out very well.
Yeah, that's also, you have 2 options when you play someone like this. You can either play as part of the dive, or you have to wait for the ball to go into your backline and hack the ball and then kill him.
Void coming back really strongly there with a fantastic pulse and converting it pick after pick, and yeah, they're going to hold that quite easily.
Yeah, it looks very one-sided right now, even with the hard counter of the Sombra.
I think Void just needed to feel it out a little bit and adapt their playstyle a little bit and playing into the Sombra.
Yeah, but you also see here, like, ball initiating this early, it makes it so that Proto Paladins can't set up their dive properly. And it kind of disrupts.
With a really nice flick there, finding 2 targets. That's really very nice. And again, this is looking very bad for Paladin.
Yeah, and they're going into overtime, so you have to commit to the primal here. They do get a pick from it, so that's big.
Fighting still going on point. It is still looking very, very, very good for Void. Even if they lose this team fight, they just need to win 1, basically. And they take the entire Lijiang map.
Yeah, and with the beat, I think they might be able to do it, even if the EMP comes in.
It's
EMP...
coming in both sides, but Ball finding a lot of picks at the end there, and that goes cleanly to Void.
Yeah. I think EMPing after beat is one of those, like, because in Overwatch 1, that removed beat. In Overwatch 2, it doesn't. That's a bit of an unlucky... bit of banter in the big shot. Yeah.
That's a really nice use of Ram's shift there, which just shows how Ram's playstyle works. And he's very much an opportunist and goes in when there's an opportunity and rather sets the pace of the fight.
Yeah, with the 2 phases of Reinhardt or of Ramatra, that was a very good explanation of it. Like, you have the poke phase with his don't remember what the basic form is called. And then you have the Nemesis form for when the enemy is up close and you can just run down mid and punch.
Well, that was looking extremely strong for Void. They looked very disciplined, they looked very collected, and they knew exactly what they were doing, basically.
Absolutely. You can see the synergy and, like, the team play of Void. It looks to be on a different level from what Proto Paladins has done on first map.
I feel that synergy that's such an important word, really, when you're playing in a tournament or scrimming. It's playing Overwatch solo queue ranked is a very different experience to playing in the team. You could be a really gifted player mechanically and climb very high in ranked, but you might not be that good in scrim or tournament environments because it's all about the synergy. It's about people getting used to the way they play with each other. Their understanding of how the comp works, and it all comes down to practice at the end of the day.
And it's also why I've always said that like scrimming on an amateur level is the best way of playing Overwatch, unless you're a pro, of course. But it's mostly because you have that communication aspect of it that you don't get in ranked, because you have people that just, if you try to comment anything, they just mute or they leave voice
A
chat
friend
and
of
that kind of
mine
stuff.
A friend of mine posted a really fascinating poll on Reddit not that long ago, and asking people, do they still join voice in Overwatch or not? And the overwhelming response was something like 60% said they just don't join voice anymore.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised because a lot of comp voice is either someone flaming someone else, which is like there was an interesting statistic posted by Blizzard and the Overwatch development team about this, but I think it was like your chances of losing a match if you flame a teammate increases by like 80%.
That does sound about right.
Yeah, and people still do it for some reason.
Yeah, it's very self-defeating and very self-sabotaging. When I've coached people on an individual level, one of the first things I teach them is to just not tilt, because it does nothing for you, it does nothing for your team.
Yeah, I basically do the same, but what I say is like if you see yourself losing, you need to start thinking about what can you do to win the map and not what is my team doing wrong. Like how can
Absolutely.
I enable my team to play better instead of like, oh, my tank is throwing blah blah blah. Are we going into Eichenwald again?
We are going back to the lobby, and it is indeed Eichenwald again. It will be interesting to see compared to the last match just how the two teams approach, especially the defense on the first, because I feel first point is where it's the largest number of comps that are actually viable.
Absolutely. And it seems like Void is going for a brawl with a Pharah.
It is indeed an interesting choice, but we are seeing that a lot at the moment where Farah, if she's played, is not with a Mercy as you would have seen traditionally in the past.
And I think that's because of the rework and the heightened mobility that Pharah has now with the right click dash. It is very underrated, in my opinion.
Paladins look like they're setting up for some kind of brawl comp as well. Look very traditional brawl with a Reaper, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I think they're expecting a dive defense here. I would not be surprised if Reaper goes back to spawn and swaps, but it doesn't look like he's doing that.
Proto Paladins playing extremely slow there. They've actually switched to the Mauga, so they play an extremely close range comp.
Yeah, I feel like Mauga's a bit desperate. Ooh, that's a huge kill.
Farah does go down by Sulka. That's a huge kill for Proto Paladins, but Void respond with 2 picks of their own, completely nullifying the first pick and leaving Paladins no choice but just reset.
Yep, and this is where the synergy again comes in, because Mauga goes in deep and they get a kill out of it, but with the team not being quick enough to follow up, they just separate and easy prey for Void.
Void looking really strong again. They're confident in their positioning. Their timing is just really solid. They're catching Paladins in the middle of their rotation when they're weakest as well, which is really advantageous for them.
They do get a kill out of it though.
Indeed, Sulka wins the Cassidy duel there. Paladins now getting 2 picks as Whirlwind goes down. That will be a cap for Paladins now.
Yeah. That's actually kind of interesting because the Reaper TP'd onto point, and I think that split Void off in a weird way.
I don't think Void were expecting that play.
Absolutely not. I think they expected them to just rush down mid because the TP came in, and then they got split up by that, and Proto Paladins capitalized on it really well.
Certainly, when you're playing at this level, learning to adapt and doing something different and not doing the same thing over and over is essential in a coordinated environment like this.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of mind games going into this as well when it comes to like counter swapping and like from the old days. And it looks like Proto Paladins are winning another one now. Oh no!
Huge barrage from Whirlwind, finds 3 in total, but then goes down. But that's a reasonable exchange. I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Absolutely, and it stalls Proto Paladins from pushing the card further.
I feel with Farah's Barrage, if you find 2 and die, then I think most Farah players will be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I think a lot of our players will be happy even if they get 1 kill. Barrage is so... It's so hard to get value from that any kill is kind of good.
Void deciding to switch to the Mauga, so we're now looking at the Mauga mirror, but Void are definitely in a better position at the top of the castle there. Whirlwind finds a massive pick on Teal there, that's really big.
Yeah, Void controlling high ground with double hit scan is... Yeah, there's no way for Proto Paladins to get up there and deal with that.
Proto Paladins are attempting the play of just pushing the cart underneath, but with what Void are playing, that's just not going to be very effective.
Absolutely, I think... Like, if Proto Paladins are trying to like push a card little by little by little by doing that, it's a very inefficient way of doing it. I think they have to go on high ground and clear it.
I would really like to see Paladins come up the stairs on the left of castle and just push, which is exactly what they're doing right now. And they do find 2 picks, 3 picks even. So Proto Paladins did the correct thing there, just pushed Void off the high ground, and it was extremely effective.
And it was a bit surprising because Void got an early pick on Solka there.
Yeah, that just goes to show the power of playing fast when you're playing a brawl comp.
Absolutely, and it's also the downside of playing double hit scan is that if Proto Paladin's getting close, then it's kind of hard to do anything.
And perhaps a slightly questionable cage by Void there. It doesn't really find a lot of value, but Whirlwind with the Bob. And then Teal goes down from a boop and get Void hold that quite nicely.
Yeah, that was a good team fight. And now we see another swap by Void here, going into the Doomfist.
Doomfist is a pick that we don't see an awful lot actually in tournaments. It'd be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, Doomfist of course very good at disrupting enemy positioning, but also doing 1v1s.
It's an extremely strong point for an Ashe player, just being able to spam down there, hit the headshots, no problem.
Yeah, now they have to be careful with the rotation because of the Lucio. They're going up the back high ground.
Yeah, they're going up the back high ground there, maybe to stage and regroup. That's a massive boop there, really nice.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of feel that TPing like that is pre-coordinating what you're going to do. It's not really very helpful.
Yeah, and now we see the value of Doomfist coming in. It's so annoying. It's so annoying when you rotate on a brawl comp and then you get punched and then you get locked out for a second.
It'll be very interesting to see how Paladins adapt to the fact that Void are now playing the Doom, to see if they still take the same playstyle or if they play a bit more grouped together in order to reduce the value.
Yeah, I think the only change they did was they swapped from Kasa to the Ashe here.
But they need to be very careful about letting Doom catch them from behind like that.
Yeah, and
Whirlwind finding 2 picks though, that's absolutely massive, and that is going to hold it again for Void.
Yeah. And I think it's one of the strengths of Doomfist here, just when Proto Paladins are rotating through, he's disrupting their rotation and splitting people off, so that when they go in, they're not going in together.
Yeah, they're playing really quite split here, letting the Doomfist find value and separate them, as you say, and then Whirlwind on the Ashe is able to just follow up with some really nice headshots.
Yeah, and I think that last one, they got a bit blinded by rotating through castle and then forgot that the point moves backwards when it's not contested for a while. That's a bit unlucky there.
Again, looking very strong for Void. What do you feel Proto Paladins need to do here to stand a chance of winning?
It is a bit difficult to say, but I don't think Mauga is the pick. Like, picking Mauga in today's like meta and patch is a bit of like desperation, thinking that, oh, in the previous patches we just pick Mauga and we win. But it's not how it works anymore. Like, Mauga he's strong, but he's not unbeatable anymore. And I think Void managed to take advantage of that.
Proto Paladins seem to be lining up some hybrid poke brawl comp with a Reaper and Sigma. I'm not sure if they'll stay on the Reaper. I'll be interested if they are, because that will be a little unorthodox.
Yeah, I don't understand the Reaper pick at all here. Because if you play Reaper, you would like to have a Lucio to get you in, or if you go in with a TP or Wraith, like to get out. Like Reaper with speed boost is so strong.
Yeah,
But Reaper,
I haven't really seen the Reaper bring value. I have to agree with you.
yeah, and especially in a poke composition, it's just very weird.
There's just going to be no support for the Reaper. He's going to be having to play for himself, which is less than optimal.
I think it would work if Void was playing the meta comp, because then Monkey goes in and then you counter the Reaper, but they are getting picks though.
Proto Paladins do find two very convincing picks and able to hold on for that team fight. Void have switched to Zarya and Venture, along with an Ana, which is certainly an interesting comp. I can see the value of it against the Sigma, but the problem they will have is closing the distance.
Yeah, but I think what they will do is play Venture a bit like Doomfist in Overwatch 1. The Venture goes in and then you bubble Venture on the way out.
They're just poking at the moment, trying to find some damage. There's a nice dynamite there from Sulker. Does find Whirlwind, and Paladins are holding this a little bit better than I was expecting. That said, the Reaper does go down, I feel, after not really finding all that much value. Sulker does take out the Ana for Paladins, though, which helps them. Unfortunately, picks coming in on both sides, though.
Yes, Hulka is having had a really good position the entire fight, but it looks like Void, by sheer resilience, actually managed to win this.
That said, Paladins, they're still in the game. Picks are now coming in on the side of Paladins, and Teal there, and the Reaper together, finding the pick on the Ana, and I thought that was going to go to Void, I really did.
Yeah, it very much looked like that. They were just going in one by one and just keeping the fight going, but then these ones come from Proto Paladins and they managed to turn it around.
We have some big ultimates on both sides. We have Trance for Paladins, which will significantly help them with sustain. They have Blossom. It'll be interesting to see how they use that. On the other side, though, they are coming up to Venture, Ult, and Grab, which is a massive combo, and they better start planning how they will deal with that.
Yeah, I think they have to use Transcendence for that. But even without ultimate, they use Nano, but we just managed to punch through.
Void is now sitting on 4 ultimates, which is really quite a bit better than the old economy of Paladins. They only really have Blossom and Trance, and there's not really much they can do with that on its own.
Yeah, Proto Paladins are a bit unsure as well. They swapped to the Diva, and then I think they realized, oh yeah, they have a Zarya. So they swapped off the Diva and then went over to Sigma.
So I think Paladins did actually hold that point much better than I was expecting. They just need to be really careful here, and that's not really going to get much value from that Grav, I feel.
Now that shield was really good in stopping the Grav or hitting the ground and then sucking him down. Them being in the air there.
2 picks.
Yeah, that was really good tank play.
Now the Reaper actually starting to show a bit more value than before. I feel that's partly because of the map geometry of the point they're playing now.
Yeah, it's also on this part of the map when the enemy is playing Brawl into a poke. It kind of helps to slow down their rotations. So
Void
here it
made an
actually has
interesting
a
change to the Rhine. Be interesting to see how they're going to play that. They'll probably want to push this corridor here and go straight up onto the high ground.
Yeah, I would expect them to play more aggressive with the Rhine here compared to what they did
comes out
before.
to try and save Proto Paladins. Sigma picks coming in nicely though on the side of Paladins. It's still quite solid.
Absolutely, that was a bit of a scrappy fight. But
That's the direction Void will want to take it. They'll want to go up that corridor and take control of the high ground when they're playing such a classic brawl over the Rhine.
Yeah, but they also have a lot of sustain, and getting the Reaper there, that's huge.
Ryan does find 2 picks. The tank for Paladins goes down. Teal responding though, taking out Ryan. So not as clean as I feel Void would have liked. And picks now coming in again on side of Paladins. Paladins are actually holding this quite effectively now.
Yeah, but I think Void is happy with that fight because they got both support ults out.
This Paladins still have Flux to play with. Void will be coming up on Shatter very soon, High Noon, and potentially Window before that much longer, because that ultimate comes up very quick.
Absolutely. Ooh, that's a good flux.
That's a really good Flux, using it exactly where you want to when they're grouped up and can't escape. Hicks again coming in on side of Paladins. Paladins still holding this very nicely. Void, perhaps they're playing to build ult and they're not wanting to commit.
Yeah, Paladins are doing a really good job here at denying rotations from Void. And if they keep this up, because this is going into last fight territory, if they can survive this shatter, I think they got this map.
No, this is actually quite impressive from Paladins, the way they're holding. Lamp does come out to keep their sig up, and that's a massive fire strike. 2, 3 go down on the side of Paladins, and Void are going to win that team fight.
Yeah. But now Void has some really strong ultimates in the bank. Both High Noon and Window, which you can combine to create a lot of space or get a quick kill if you're lucky. And this Shatter is gonna be... Yeah, this is last fight.
I'm expecting a big shatter here. Oh, that's massive. The High Noon finding Teal. Whirlwind finds another pick. That's a big shatter, and Void will take that now.
Yeah, this seems like a GG. I don't think anyone can touch.
Tracer there for Paladins, trying to look for a contest, but to no avail. Void takes the match 2-0.
Yeah, and in that last fight, it was basically exactly as I said. They use Window with the High Noon, they get an early pick on the enemy Baptiste. And then Sustain is gone, they're playing Brawl versus Brawl, there's nothing but the Paladins can do there.
I feel Paladins did definitely play the defense a lot cleaner than their attack phase.
Absolutely, that was close. But I think it being close, it made it come down to ult economy, and Void just had better ultimates.
I think Void, they kind of stalled a bit on their push of the second point towards Castle.
Yeah, a little bit. They were a bit unsure a couple of times, but I think by taking that time and making sure that the entire team does the same thing, especially considering how many times Paladins managed to delay them and split them off on rotation, I think that was a good call.
So that's 4 matches we've had today, 4 results. Some really exciting games, I feel. Some really interesting, very... I think the standard, especially these days, is really quite high.
Absolutely, there's some good Overwatch, and there's teams that are trying, not just forcing meta comps. It seems like they're trying different things, and it makes for a more fun Overwatch to watch, to be honest.
So, 4 results now. Do we have a table with the results to have a look at?
We do.
So, of course, Cottage Gnomes versus... I'm sorry, what was your team again?
Lupine.
Lupine. That was an interesting match. That was also very close. Of course, I was playing as part of that. I enjoyed myself. That was a fun match.
Yeah, it was a fun match to watch, and it's always fun to see my players play. And it's also a fun fight. It was their first ever tournament match win, so that was fun. So they were super hyped.
The first match was Minji's versus VA Mystic Coven, which Minji's took away really quite convincingly. Of course, the previous match that we just watched was Harbingers versus a Void list, with Harbingers taking that away 2-0, and Void versus Proto Paladins, which we just saw, Void take 2-0. So,
Yeah.
other than the Cottage Gnomes versus Lupine match, they're all 2-0s.
Yeah, I missed the Minji's Mystic Oven match, so I don't know what that looked like. But for the two matches that we did commentary on today, it looks like the more experienced and synergized teams were playing kind of like expected, a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no substitute for experience and practice in a tournament setting.
Absolutely. But it also opens up for some later surprises when the synergy builds a bit more with the teams that are doing a bit worse in the beginning. They can just suddenly find their synergy and do surprisingly well towards the later stages of a tournament.
As I said previously, this is the first day of the Kasa World Tour. We have 4 more excellent matches for you tomorrow, which will start at 3 p.m. CEST. The first match of the day will be Minji's versus Cottage Gnomes. You will have myself and Ebroth casting the second 2 games. We really hope to see you tomorrow. We hope you had an excellent Saturday wherever you are, that the weather was fine, and good night.
Good night.